It's funny, the things you remember most vividly. Not the big, dramatic moments, but the quiet ones right before everything changed. For me, it's the smell of salt and pine needles, and the way the old lighthouse beam usually swept out over the dark, churning ocean. That familiar rhythm was a comfort, a constant in a life that back then felt pretty predictable. I was 26, a park ranger for the coastal preserve that hugged the most rugged stretch of Maine. It wasn't a glamorous job, mostly checking trail markers, making sure campers weren't leaving their trash everywhere, and occasionally guiding lost hikers back to their overpriced glamping tents. It suited me, though. I liked the solitude, the honest work, and the feeling of knowing every crevice of that coastline like the back of my hand. I'd grown up in a small town just an hour inland, but the ocean had always called to me. The lighthouse, specifically, had been a childhood obsession. Its powerful light had always represented safety, a guiding hand in the dark. My shift that night was supposed to be easy. A routine patrol of the northern trails, which snaked along the cliff tops before dipping into a dense, ancient forest. It was late autumn, and the tourist season had long since packed up its designer hiking boots and artisanal coffee mugs. This meant the preserve was largely deserted, just how I liked it. A cold snap was rolling in, the kind that promised biting winds and possibly an early dusting of snow. I'd bundled up in my thickest parka, wool hat pulled low, and trusty old hiking boots that had seen more miles than my beat-up truck. Looking back, I can see all the little choices that stacked up to that night's horror. Maybe it was overconfidence, knowing the trails so well. Maybe it was the sheer boredom of another quiet shift. Or maybe it was just a lapse in judgment, a mistake of youth. I decided to take a shortcut, a less used deer path that skirted the edge of the official trail. It cut down the distance by a good 15 minutes, and I figured with the cold, getting back to my truck a bit sooner wouldn't hurt. My ranger buddy, Mark, would have chewed me out for it. Always stick to the marked paths, Jess. You never know what's out there. But Mark was home, probably watching a hockey game, and I was alone in the vast, whispering dark. The forest here was different, older somehow. The trees grew thick and tall, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy so dense that even on a clear day, the light struggled to penetrate. At night, it was absolute, suffocating blackness. My headlamp cut a narrow tunnel through it, illuminating a scattering of damp leaves, gnarled roots, and the occasional flash of startled animal eyes. The air grew colder, stiller, as I moved deeper away from the roaring ocean. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots, my own breath pluming white, and the distant, rhythmic groan of the lighthouse foghorn. Then it happened, not a dramatic explosion or a sudden scream, but a subtle shift, the kind of thing you almost dismiss. The lighthouse. It was a good 2 miles away, perched on the highest bluff overlooking the main channel. Its beam was supposed to cut across the water, a sweeping arc every 10 seconds, a beacon for ships far out at sea. I'd lived my whole life by that light. But as I stepped out of a particularly thick copse of pines into a small clearing barely wider than my truck, something was wrong. The beam, it wasn't sweeping over the ocean anymore. It was inland. My first thought was that I was disoriented, that somehow in the dark I'd turned myself around. But that was impossible. I knew these woods. I knew exactly where the coast was, where the lighthouse stood. I squinted, pulling my hat further down, trying to pierce the gloom. No, there it was again. A brilliant, blinding white spear of light cutting through the forest directly toward me. It swept over the clearing, illuminating the ancient trees, the rough bark, the tangled undergrowth, before moving on, only to return a few seconds later, following the same impossible trajectory. The lighthouse, for as long as anyone could remember, had shone out to sea. This was its purpose. This was its nature. To see it now, slicing through the dense, dark woods, felt like a fundamental law of physics had been broken. It was a minor anomaly, yes, but it planted a seed of dread deep in my gut, a tiny, cold knot that tightened with each pass of that unnatural beam. The cold knot in my gut tightened, pulling my stomach into a hard ball. My mind, usually so clear and practical, felt like it was trying to catch smoke. Disorientation, impossible. I knew every route, every rock formation along that path. I'd walked it 1,000 times, maybe more. The lighthouse was northeast of my current position on the highest point of the coastal bluffs. Its beam, by design, by centuries of history, pointed out to sea. Always. I tried to rationalize it. A trick of the light, perhaps, the dense forest canopy, the low-hanging fog that often rolled in with the cold. Maybe a reflection off something I couldn't see. But no, the light was too strong, too direct. It wasn't reflecting, it was originating from the lighthouse, sweeping through the trees. It was a spear, not a shimmer. Dread, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the back of my neck. This wasn't just a curiosity. This was fundamentally wrong. My ranger instincts kicked in, overriding the initial panic. Rule number 1, assess the situation. But how do you assess a situation that defies every law of nature and engineering you've ever known? My first impulse was to radio Mark or dispatch anyone, but the preserve, especially this northern section, was notorious for dead spots. Even with the repeater tower, my handheld radio was often temperamental out here. I fumbled for it, pulling it from my parka pocket with clumsy, cold fingers. "Ranger Jess to dispatch," I murmured, pressing the transmit button. "Come in, dispatch." Only static answered, a hiss of white noise like the ocean trying to whisper a secret directly into my ear. I tried again, louder this time, urgency creeping into my voice. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Jess. I have a situation near the old lighthouse. Do you copy?" More static, a longer, more insistent hiss. It wasn't just a dead spot, it felt jammed, silenced. The air around me seemed to thicken, pressing in, making my breath catch in my throat. The lighthouse beam swept over me again, painting the clearing in stark white for a brief, blinding moment before retreating into the black. This time I noticed something else. As the light passed, it illuminated the underside of the canopy, revealing a delicate lattice of frost forming on the pine needles, glinting like 1,000 tiny diamonds. The cold snap was more than just rolling in, it was settling hard and fast. My ranger training screamed at me, report, retreat, do not engage the unknown alone. But what was there to report? The lighthouse is pointing the wrong way. It sounded like the ramblings of a madwoman. And retreat, where to? Back to my truck, a good 1.5 miles down the winding deer path, then another 5 miles on the main trail. By then, whatever was happening at the lighthouse could escalate. No, I had to see, I had to understand. The lighthouse wasn't just a structure, it was a part of me, a landmark in my personal history as much as it was a navigational aid. This wasn't some fallen tree or a rogue camper. This felt personal, a violation of a fundamental order. I pulled my hat lower, zipped my parka higher, and adjusted my headlamp. The beam from my own light felt puny, fragile against the sweeping might of the lighthouse. I started moving again, not back but forward, towards the anomaly. I decided to stick to the deer path for now, reasoning that it would eventually merge with one of the lesser-used service roads that led up to the lighthouse access point. It would be safer than bushwhacking through unknown terrain in the dark. My boots crunched on frozen leaves, the sound unnaturally loud in the suddenly silent woods. The usual night sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals, the distant cry of a gull, were absent. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, listening. Even the distant groan of the foghorn, which had been a constant companion, seemed to have faded, or perhaps I was simply too focused on the silent, sweeping light to hear it. The lighthouse beam continued its impossible arc, each pass cutting a brilliant, momentary swathe through the inky blackness. It didn't just sweep in a horizontal line, it seemed to trace a wide, slightly upward curving path, as if scanning the treetops for something or someone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of unease. I kept to the shadows, moving from tree to tree, using the brief moments of darkness between sweeps to advance. When the light approached, I'd press myself against a thick pine trunk, trying to make myself invisible. It was an absurd game of hide-and-seek with a stationary object, but it felt instinctively right. The light felt like an eye, a conscious presence probing the darkness. As I moved deeper, the character of the forest changed subtly. The trees grew even denser, older, their bark shaggy with moss. There was a damp, earthy smell mixed with something else I couldn't quite place, a faint metallic tang like old blood or rusted iron. The ground became uneven, riddled with gnarled roots that seemed to writhe beneath the fallen leaves. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. A prank unlikely, too elaborate, too dangerous, a malfunction. The lighthouse was maintained by the Coast Guard. Their equipment was top-notch, regularly inspected. For the entire rotational mechanism to somehow invert and swing inland, it was beyond belief. Unless something had physically altered the structure. A storm, an earthquake, but there had been no reports of either. The night had been calm, albeit cold. Suddenly, the air grew even colder, a sharp, penetrating chill that went beyond the biting autumn night. It felt localized, emanating from somewhere ahead. My breath plumed out in thick white clouds, and I could feel the cold stinging my exposed cheeks. It wasn't just the ambient temperature, it was an unnatural, oppressive cold, like walking into a deep freezer. I hugged myself, pulling my parka tighter, but the cold seemed to seep into my bones. My headlamp beam, usually so reliable, seemed to dim slightly, its light struggling against the oppressive gloom. I shook my head, thinking the batteries might be failing, but they were new. This was different. This was the environment itself fighting back. A few minutes later, as the lighthouse beam swept past, I caught a glimpse of something unusual in its fleeting illumination. It was on the ground, just off the deer path, partially obscured by a patch of low-growing ferns, a flash of unnatural color. I waited for the darkness, then cautiously stepped off the path, shining my headlamp down. It was a shoe, a child's shoe, small, bright blue with a worn Velcro strap. It looked newish, not something that had been out in the elements for long. My heart lurched. Kids didn't usually wander this deep into the northern trails, especially not alone, especially not at night, and certainly not in late autumn. My eyes swept the immediate area. No other signs, just the single shoe lying forlornly on the frozen earth. A shiver, completely unrelated to the cold, ran down my spine. This wasn't just about a lighthouse. This was about something else entirely. Had someone been out here, a lost child? My ranger training kicked in again, sharp and clear. This was a search and rescue situation, potentially. I considered picking up the shoe, but hesitated. If this was part of an active scene, evidence should be preserved. I made a mental note of its exact location, then quickly returned to the deer path, my sense of urgency now tinged with a new, terrifying concern. The beam swept overhead again, and this time, as it passed, I thought I heard something. A faint sound, like a whisper carried on the wind, just at the edge of hearing. It was too indistinct to make out, too ethereal, but it sent another jolt of unease through me. The forest was supposed to be silent, but now it felt like it was subtly humming, vibrating with an unseen energy. I pushed forward faster now, trying to ignore the prickling sensation that I was no longer alone, that something was watching from the deeper shadows. The air grew colder still, the unnatural chill intensifying until it felt like needles pricking my skin. My breath was a constant white cloud, and my fingers, despite my thick gloves, were starting to ache with the cold. The deer path began to widen slightly, transitioning into what looked like an old, overgrown logging track, unused for decades. The trees here were spaced a little further apart, allowing more of the lighthouse beam to penetrate. It meant I had less cover, but also better visibility, which was a double-edged sword. Then I saw them, not one but several, further along the track, scattered among the rough undergrowth. More shoes, and then something else. A small, crumpled teddy bear, its fur matted and damp. A brightly colored plastic toy car overturned in the dirt, and a child's red scarf snagged on a low branch. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a lost child. This was more, a group. How? Why? The items weren't neatly placed. They looked dropped, scattered, as if abandoned in a hurry. The pristine nature of some of the items suggested they hadn't been there long, yet the matted fur of the teddy bear hinted at exposure. The lighthouse beam swept over the scene again, illuminating the heartbreaking detritus. For a moment, the strange, sweeping light seemed to linger, to pause on the collection of abandoned toys, as if acknowledging their presence. Then it moved on, continuing its impossible arc. My mind reeled. Had a family gotten lost? Had they sought shelter near the lighthouse? But these were small items, things a child would drop, not an adult in a survival situation. It felt like something out of a nightmare, a scattered trail of innocence in a place that was becoming increasingly sinister. I checked my radio again, desperate. Ranger just to dispatch, emergency, I'm on the old logging track northwest of the lighthouse. Possible lost children or something else. I need backup now. Still nothing, the same insistent hiss of static mocking my attempts. It was too much. The impossible lighthouse, the unnatural cold, the silence, and now this trail of forgotten childhood. My composure, which had been stretched thin, was threatening to snap. I forced myself to breathe deep, ragged breaths that clawed at my frozen lungs. Panic was a luxury I couldn't afford. I had to keep moving. I had to get to the lighthouse. It was the epicenter of whatever twisted reality was unfolding tonight. As I approached a particularly thick stand of pines, the light from the lighthouse seemed to intensify, growing brighter, more focused. The beam, which had been sweeping in a wide arc, now seemed to narrow, its focus tightening. It was no longer a general search. It felt like it was targeting something specific, and that something was me. I ducked instinctively behind a massive pine, my heart hammering against my ribs. The light passed directly over where I had been standing, searing the spot with its intense white glare. It felt deliberate, a warning or an active search. My headlamp, which had been struggling, suddenly sputtered and died, plunging me into absolute darkness. The sudden void was terrifying, far worse than the creeping gloom. I fumbled for my spare, cursing under my breath, but my fingers were stiff with cold and trembling with fear. The only light now was the sweeping beam of the lighthouse, a constant reminder of the unseen presence that felt like it was playing a cruel game. Without my headlamp, moving was treacherous. The ground was uneven, covered in roots and hidden rocks. I stumbled, catching myself on a low branch, scraping my hand. I decided to forego the headlamp for now. Relying on the lighthouse's erratic illumination was risky, but at least it provided some visibility. I would move slower, more deliberately, staying hidden in the shadows as much as possible. The logging track began to ascend more steeply, the ground becoming rockier, giving way to the gravel service road that led to the lighthouse proper. The Coast Guard had built this road decades ago, primarily for maintenance vehicles. It was rarely used by rangers unless there was an equipment issue or a major storm had brought down trees. As I cleared the last patch of dense woods and stepped onto the service road, the full force of the unnatural cold hit me. It wasn't just cold, it was biting, agonizing. My lungs burned with each breath and a dull ache started in my temples. The air shimmered faintly, a distortion I could almost see around the edges of the lighthouse beam. And then I heard it again, louder this time. The whisper. It wasn't the wind, it was voices. Faint, ethereal, like distant children's laughter carried on a breeze that wasn't there. It twisted my stomach into knots. The service road was steep, winding its way up the final bluff towards the lighthouse. The wind, which had been calm in the woods, now picked up, whipping around me with an icy ferocity that seemed to target every exposed inch of my skin. It carried with it the smell of salt and ozone, but also that strange metallic tang, stronger now, cloying. I kept moving, placing one foot carefully in front of the other, my eyes fixed on the looming structure ahead. The lighthouse itself was a squat, sturdy tower of white stone, capped by a black lantern room. Usually it looked stoic, a silent guardian. Tonight, bathed in its own errant light, it seemed menacing, alien. As I rounded a bend in the road, the lighthouse came into full view, and I stopped dead in my tracks. My breath hitched. The beam wasn't just sweeping. It was chaotic. It still arced inland, but now it would occasionally stutter, pause, then flick rapidly from side to side like a frantic eye searching for something it couldn't quite grasp. The light itself seemed to pulsate, sometimes blindingly bright, sometimes dimming to a sickly yellow, then surging back to an unnatural white. And the sound, it wasn't just children's whispers anymore. It was a cacophony of distorted sounds. Faint cries, indistinguishable murmurs, and an odd, high-pitched keening that seemed to vibrate through the very air. It was disorienting, unsettling, like listening to a dozen radio stations all bleeding into each other. I stumbled forward, my boots scraping on the gravel, a primal urge to understand, to make sense of the madness, overriding my fear. My hand went to the heavy-duty utility knife on my belt, my only real defense. It was a futile gesture against whatever this was, but it offered a tiny shred of psychological comfort. I reached the gate to the lighthouse compound. It was a sturdy chain-link fence topped with barbed wire designed to keep out curious tourists. The gate itself was usually locked with a heavy padlock. Tonight, it hung ajar, swinging slightly in the unnatural wind, creaking mournfully. My blood ran cold. The Coast Guard crew had been here earlier in the day for a routine inspection. They would have locked it. Always. This was a clear sign of forced entry, or more disturbingly, an open invitation. I pushed the gate open wider, the rusty hinges groaning in protest. The compound was a small, gravel-covered area around the base of the lighthouse, with a small generator shed and a modest keeper's cottage, long since converted into equipment storage. The lighthouse beam, now a frantic, pulsating entity, cast grotesque, dancing shadows across the compound. The wind shrieked, swirling dust and dead leaves into miniature cyclones. The unnatural cold was so intense here that I could see a faint, iridescent haze hanging in the air, shimmering around the base of the tower. And then I saw the footprints. They weren't my heavy ranger boot prints. These were smaller, and many, too many. Some looked like small shoes, child-sized. Others were larger, but not the heavy, sturdy prints of Coast Guard personnel. They looked lighter, less defined, as if the ground itself was rejecting their presence. They crisscrossed the gravel, leading erratically towards the entrance of the lighthouse tower. The main entrance to the lighthouse was a heavy steel door, usually secured with multiple locks. It stood open, slightly ajar, just like the gate. A deep gouge marred the metal frame as if something incredibly strong had forced it inward. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. This wasn't a malfunction. This was an intrusion, a violation, but by whom and why? The whispers were louder now, merging with the high-pitched keening sound. It was coming from inside the lighthouse. A chorus of distorted voices like a fractured memory, beckoning, warning. I hesitated at the entrance, my hand still on the hilt of my knife. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to somehow find a way to radio for help, to get as far away from this place as possible. But the ranger in me, the part that was sworn to protect, to investigate, to help, held me fast. And the curious part, the part that couldn't let go of the impossible, that demanded answers, pulled me forward. "Hello," I called out, my voice thin and reedy against the howling wind and the cacophony of sound. "Coast Guard, anyone here?" Only the disembodied whispers answered, seeming to ebb and flow with the pulsating light. I took a deep, shuddering breath and pushed the heavy steel door open, stepping into the mouth of the lighthouse. The immediate sensation was overwhelming. The cold inside was bone-chilling, far more intense than outside, radiating through the thick stone walls. It wasn't just cold, it felt like a vacuum, sucking the warmth from my body. And the metallic tang in the air was thick, almost suffocating, like breathing in liquid iron. The ground floor of the lighthouse was a small, circular room, mostly taken up by the winding spiral staircase that led to the lantern room. A single, bare bulb usually provided dim light, but it was dark now. The only illumination came from the erratic, pulsating beams slicing through the lantern room windows high above, casting dizzying, dancing shadows down the stairwell. The whispers and the keening were deafening inside, echoing off the stone walls, swirling around me. It felt like I had stepped into a funnel of sound, the voices rising and falling in an incomprehensible torrent. They felt ancient, yet strangely familiar, like a half-remembered lullaby warped into a scream. My head began to throb. The sheer intensity of the sounds and the cold was disorienting. I pressed a gloved hand to my temple, trying to clear my head. I noticed something on the floor, more footprints, but these were different, not just child-sized or light, vague adult prints. Some were elongated, distorted, as if whatever had made them was not entirely human or not entirely solid, and they were leading up the spiral staircase. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. This wasn't a lost family. This wasn't a malfunction. This was something else, something utterly terrifying. But I was here now. I couldn't back out, not with those sounds, those footprints, that cold. I had to know. I began to ascend the spiral staircase, my boots echoing on the cold stone steps. Each step felt like a climb into a deeper abyss, a descent into madness. The handrail was frigid beneath my gloved fingers. The walls were slick with an unearthly moisture, not condensation, but something else, something that smelled faintly of salt and that cloying metallic tang. The light from above was a strobe now, flashing erratically, painting the stairwell in jumpy, frantic bursts of white, then sickly yellow, then blinding white again. The sounds intensified with every step, the whispers coalescing into distinct, yet still unintelligible phrases. I thought I heard my name or something like it, carried on the sonic current, a distorted, drawn-out syllable. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. The cold was a physical weight pressing down on me, making my limbs feel heavy and sluggish. I felt like I was moving through thick, frozen water. I forced myself to keep going one step at a time, pulling myself up by the handrail. The fear was a living thing in my throat, but the need to understand, to see with my own eyes, was stronger. This was my preserve. This was my lighthouse. Whatever was happening here, I would face it. As I neared the top, the sounds became almost unbearable. A chorus of desperate voices, wailing, whispering, laughing, all at once. And then, a sudden, piercing shriek that cut through the cacophony, a sound of pure agony and despair that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I stumbled on the last step, catching myself just before falling. My head slammed into the low ceiling of the lantern room entrance. Pain exploded behind my eyes, but I barely registered it. All my senses were focused on the scene before me. I pushed through the narrow doorway into the lantern room. The air here was a maelstrom of energy, crackling with static electricity, intensely cold and saturated with the metallic ozone smell. The massive Fresnel lens, usually a masterpiece of polished brass and intricate prisms, was bathed in an unnatural, pulsating light. The beam was no longer sweeping, it was fixed, pointing directly at the center of the room. And in the center of the room, standing directly in the focused beam of the lighthouse, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly thin, and draped in what looked like tattered, seaweed-like rags. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, with a faint greenish hue. Its limbs were elongated, its fingers long and spindly, tipped with what looked like sharp black claws. Its head was too large for its body, and its eyes glowed with an eerie, phosphorescent light fixed on the lens. Around its feet, swirling in a faint, misty current, were what looked like dozens of translucent, shimmering forms. They were smaller, vaguely humanoid, their features indistinct, like reflections in disturbed water. They drifted, twisted, and coalesced, their silent, tormented faces flickering in and out of view. These were the sources of the whispers, the keening, the cries. They were ghosts, specters, something beyond human comprehension. The figure in the center of the room wasn't moving, not in the traditional sense. It seemed to vibrate, to hum with an unearthly energy, its tattered clothes fluttering in a breeze that wasn't there. It was almost as if it was absorbing the light or being powered by it. I stood frozen, breath caught in my throat, my mind screaming in protest. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. My ranger training offered no protocols for interdimensional entities or spectral children. The creature's head slowly, agonizingly slowly, turned towards me. Its glowing eyes, twin points of phosphorescent green, met mine. A jolt of pure, undiluted terror shot through me, paralyzing me to the spot. It wasn't just fear of death, it was fear of the unknown, of a reality shattered beyond repair. A silent scream tore through my mind, but no sound escaped my lips. The creature opened its mouth. No, not a mouth. A fissure, a jagged tear in its pale face, revealing not teeth but a swirling vortex of deep, inky blackness. And from that void a sound emerged, not a whisper, not a shriek, but a voice, deep, ancient, and bone-chillingly cold. It spoke directly into my mind, bypassing my ears, resonating in the very core of my being. You saw the light. The words were drawn out like echoes from the deepest ocean, each syllable dragging an agonizing eternity. I wanted to run, I wanted to scream, but my feet were rooted to the spot, my muscles locked in a death grip of terror. My gaze was fixed on those glowing eyes, those swirling depths of absolute darkness. The spectral forms around the creature's feet swirled faster, their silent cries suddenly amplified in my mind, a chorus of despair and longing. The keening grew to a crescendo. And then one of the smaller, shimmering forms detached itself from the swirling mass. It drifted towards me, slowly, deliberately. As it came closer, its features became clearer, sharper. It was a child, a boy, perhaps 7 or 8 years old. His face was pale, his eyes wide with a profound sadness. He wore a faint, ethereal blue shirt. He reached out a translucent hand towards me, his lips moving in a silent, desperate plea. And as his hand passed through the intense cold, the metallic tang, and the shimmering haze that surrounded the creature, a faint, almost imperceptible warmth radiated from his spectral form. A warmth that felt like a memory of summer, of innocence, of life. I felt an irrational urge to reach back, to grasp his hand, to pull him from the suffocating grip of whatever held him captive. But I couldn't move. The creature's voice boomed in my mind again, clearer this time, sharper, filled with an ancient malice. They are ours now. As the words ripped through my consciousness, the lighthouse beam, which had been pulsating erratically, suddenly steadied. It narrowed, intensified, and focused entirely on the creature. The spectral forms around it screamed, a mental shriek that threatened to tear my mind apart. They swirled violently, as if being pulled into a vortex. The creature itself seemed to solidify. Its pale skin grew taut, its glowing eyes flared with a cold, malevolent power. The light, instead of merely illuminating it, now seemed to feed it, making it stronger, more defined. The child specter drifting towards me faltered, its form flickering, its outstretched hand wavering. A look of pure terror flashed across its translucent face as it was violently yanked back into the swirling mass of tormented souls at the creature's feet. The creature let out a sound then, a guttural, satisfied rumble that was not a whisper, not a scream, but something far, far worse. A sound of ancient hunger being sated. I could feel the pressure building in the room, the air thick and charged. The cold intensified to an unbearable degree, a cold that felt like it was freezing my very soul. My vision blurred at the edges, my head swimming with the sensory overload. My ranger knife, still clutched in my frozen hand, suddenly felt utterly useless. My training, my experience, my understanding of the world, all of it had shattered into a million pieces. I was no longer a park ranger on a routine patrol. I was an intruder in a ritual, a witness to something that defied all comprehension, something ancient and terrible that had woken in the heart of my lighthouse. And it had noticed me, and it was getting stronger. My paralysis finally shattered. It wasn't a conscious decision to move, but a primal, reflexive jolt. The creature's guttural rumble, the deepening void in its face, the sheer malevolence radiating from it, it was too much. My body screamed for self-preservation. I stumbled backward, away from the pulsating light and the creature, my hand still gripping the useless knife. My foot caught on something unseen on the stone floor and I fell hard. The impact sent a fresh wave of pain through my already throbbing head. My vision swam, and for a terrifying second, the world tilted. But the fall, the physical shock, served to cut through the paralyzing fear, replacing it with a desperate, burning need to survive. As I scrambled to push myself up, my eyes darted around the lantern room. The Fresnel lens, the massive, intricate glass and brass mechanism, was still fixed, still pumping its unnatural light into the creature. The spectral forms around its feet were a frantic, swirling vortex of sorrow, their silent screams now a constant, piercing echo in my mind. They were a maelstrom of agony, a living, desperate plea. The creature didn't immediately pursue me. It merely watched, its glowing eyes fixed on me with an unnerving intensity, its head tilted slightly, as if observing a particularly interesting insect. The void in its face pulsed with a dark, hungry light. It was savoring the moment, the terror, the power it now wielded. A fresh surge of adrenaline coursed through me. I had to get out, not just for myself, but for the information. Someone had to know about this. Someone had to stop it. This wasn't just a localized horror. It felt like a tear in the fabric of the world, something that could spread, consume. I pushed myself to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest, my scraped hand throbbing. My head spun, but I fought through it. I glanced at the doorway, the narrow opening that led back to the spiral staircase. It was my only way out. But as I took a step towards it, the creature let out another sound. Not a rumble this time, but a low, vibrating hum that resonated through the very stones of the lighthouse, through my own bones. It felt like a warning, a subtle assertion of its power. The air around it crackled, and the ethereal haze at its base intensified, coiling and swirling like a living thing. I risked another glance at its eyes. They were no longer just observing, they held a possessive, ancient glee. The void in its face seemed to widen imperceptibly, as if stretching to encompass more. I knew with a certainty that chilled me deeper than the pervasive cold that I couldn't outrun it if it chose to move. But I also knew I couldn't stay. My gaze fell upon the control panel built into the wall near the entrance to the lantern room. It was an old Coast Guard panel, robust and simple. A few toggle switches, a large red emergency shutoff button, and a pressure gauge for the hydraulic system that rotated the lens. My mind, despite the chaos, latched onto a desperate idea. The lighthouse beam, it was feeding the creature. What if I could cut off its power, or at least disrupt it? It was a long shot, a wild, panicked gamble, but it was the only weapon I had. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. The creature still hadn't moved, but the hum intensified, vibrating through the floor. The spectral children at its feet pulsed with renewed torment, their silent cries a cacophony in my head. I lunged for the panel, ignoring the creature, ignoring the screaming terror that urged me to flee. My fingers, numb with cold, fumbled for the large, red emergency shutoff button. It was designed to cut power to the entire lantern room, to halt the rotation and dim the bulb in case of maintenance or extreme weather. As my fingers grazed the cold metal of the button, the creature reacted. Its head snapped up, its glowing eyes flaring with sudden, furious intelligence. The hum transformed into a guttural growl, a sound of ancient rage. No, it shrieked directly into my mind, a mental blast that felt like a physical hammer blow, sending me reeling back against the wall. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and a sharp pain shot through my spine. My vision blurred again, and for a moment I thought I might black out. But the sheer force of its anger, the raw malice in that mental scream, fueled a different kind of defiance. It didn't want me to touch it. That meant it was vulnerable. I pushed off the wall, my body aching, and launched myself at the panel again. My fingers found the button, cold and resistant beneath my touch. With all the strength I could muster, I slammed my palm down on it. A jarring clunk echoed through the lantern room, immediately followed by the whine of machinery powering down. The massive Fresnel lens, which had been fixed and pulsating, shuddered. The intense, unnatural light that had been feeding the creature flickered, dimmed, and then died, plunging the lantern room into a near-total darkness. Only the faint, eerie phosphorescence from the creature's eyes and the wispy glow of the spectral forms provided any illumination. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. The creature shrieked again, a sound of pure agony and impotent fury that ripped through my mind, making me clutch my head. Its elongated body convulsed, its tattered rags whipping around it in a sudden, violent updraft. The void in its face contracted, shrinking, its edges struggling to hold their shape. The spectral forms around its feet, previously a cohesive vortex, scattered like dandelion seeds in a gale. Their faint glow flickered wildly, and their silent cries in my mind became a confused, desperate babble, a fractured chorus of fear and sudden, hopeful disorientation. They drifted away from the creature, some briefly coalescing, others fading almost to transparency before reforming. The unnatural cold in the room didn't vanish, but it lessened, losing its suffocating grip. The metallic tang in the air thinned, becoming merely a faint aftertaste. The oppressive pressure in the room eased, allowing me to draw a breath that didn't feel like I was inhaling liquid nitrogen. I stood there, gasping, braced for another attack, another mental assault. But the creature, though still raging, seemed weakened. It was thrashing, its long, spindly limbs flailing, but its movements were less coordinated, almost clumsy. It was still formidable, still terrifying, but it was no longer a static, omnipotent presence. It was fighting, struggling against the sudden deprivation of its power source. My gamble had paid off, for now. What are you?" I croaked, my voice raw, the words barely audible in the sudden, relative quiet of the lantern room. The sounds were still there, the echoes of the spectral children, but no longer at a deafening, mind-shattering volume. The creature's head snapped towards me again, its glowing eyes narrowed to furious slits. The void in its face was still present, still terrifying, but it seemed smaller, less stable. "Fool, you have doomed them all," it snarled, its mental voice ragged, filled with venom. My heart pounded. Doomed them all, the children. My eyes swept over the scattered, shimmering forms. Some seemed to be drifting aimlessly now, like lost wisps of smoke. Others were still near the creature, seemingly unable to break free. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "You're dooming them, you're holding them." The creature let out a sound like grinding stone, a grating, enraged hiss. It took a slow, deliberate step towards me, its elongated limbs seeming to unfold. It was still incredibly fast, despite its apparent weakening. I saw the movement, but my body was too slow to react. It lunged. I didn't have time to scream. A black, spindly hand, tipped with sharp claws, shot out, grabbing me by the throat. The grip was impossibly strong, cold as death, yet strangely devoid of true physical sensation, like being held by a frozen shadow. It lifted me effortlessly off my feet, slamming me back against the control panel, my head hitting the stone again with a sickening thud. Stars exploded behind my eyes. My air supply was instantly cut off. My hands flew up, clawing at its bony fingers, but they were like iron, unyielding. The metallic tang in the air suddenly intensified around me, burning my nostrils, filling my mouth. Its glowing eyes were inches from mine, blazing with cold, ancient fury. "Ignorant child, you understand nothing," it hissed directly into my mind, its voice a razor-sharp whisper. "They are mine, this is their purpose." My lungs burned, desperate for air. Black spots danced at the edge of my vision. I kicked, I struggled, but it was like fighting a force of nature. My utility knife, still in my hand, was pressed uselessly against its arm. I couldn't get leverage. Then, through the haze of pain and suffocation, I saw something. One of the spectral children, a small, shimmering form, had drifted close. It was the boy from before, the one with the sad eyes and the blue shirt. He hovered beside the creature's arm, his translucent face filled with terror and something else, a flicker of recognition, a plea. He reached out his ethereal hand, not towards me this time, but towards the creature's arm that was choking me. He seemed to brush against it, a faint, almost imperceptible contact. And for a split second, the creature flinched. Its grip on my throat loosened just a fraction. Its glowing eyes widened as if surprised or perhaps in momentary pain. The metallic tang around me wavered. It was enough. With a desperate, choking gasp, I plunged my utility knife forward, not aiming for anything vital, just for anything that would break its hold. The blade sank into its impossibly pale, translucent arm. There was no blood, no scream of pain, not physical anyway. But the creature roared, a raw, tormented sound that reverberated through my mind, forcing me to clench my eyes shut. Its grip on my throat vanished. I fell to the floor, coughing, gasping, dragging in great gulps of the frigid air. My throat was burning, raw, and my head was spinning. I scrambled away, trying to put distance between myself and the nightmare. The creature was recoiling, shaking its injured arm, its glowing eyes fixed on the small wound I had inflicted. A faint, greenish vapor, like wisps of sea foam, was emanating from the cut. It was a wound, an actual wound, something I could affect. The knife, my simple, mundane utility knife, had done damage. This wasn't an untouchable god. It was a thing, a monstrous, ancient thing, but a thing that could be hurt. The thought, faint but persistent, cut through my terror. I was still terrified, but a spark of defiance, a sliver of hope, ignited within me. The creature glared at me, its rage now mixed with a chilling, calculating malevolence. "You will regret this, little ranger." Its mental voice was weaker, but still sharp, still lethal. It turned not towards me, but towards the now dark Fresnel lens. Its remaining hand, the uninjured one, reached out, its spindly fingers brushing against the cold, unpowered brass and glass. A faint hum began to emanate from the lens, a low thrum that seemed to respond to its touch. The spectral forms which had scattered were slowly, inexorably beginning to drift back towards the creature, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Their silent cries in my mind took on a renewed urgency, a fresh wave of despair. It was trying to reactivate the lighthouse, to draw power back to itself. I had to stop it. I had to prevent it from regaining its full strength. My eyes scanned the room, desperately searching for anything, any advantage. My headlamp was still dead, my radio still useless, but I had my knife, and it had worked. I looked at the creature, its back mostly to me as it focused on the lens. The cut on its arm was still seeping that faint green vapor. It was weakened, distracted. This was my chance. I pushed myself up, slowly, silently. Every muscle screamed in protest, my throat ached, and my head still throbbed, but I forced myself to move. I clutched the knife, the mundane steel suddenly feeling like a formidable weapon. I crept forward, my boots making no sound on the cold stone floor. The spectral children, drawn to the creature, paid me no mind, their ethereal forms swirling and twisting in silent anguish. The hum from the lens grew louder, a low thrum that vibrated through the floor. The air around the creature began to thicken again, that cold, metallic tang returning. I reached it. I was directly behind it. Taking a deep breath, I plunged the knife into its back, aiming for the center mass where its strange, elongated spine might be. This time, the creature let out an ear-splitting, physical shriek, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony that echoed off the stone walls, shaking the very foundations of the lighthouse. It was a raw, alien sound, a sound of primordial suffering. Its body convulsed violently, throwing me back against the wall once more. My head struck the stone again, harder this time. A flash of white-hot pain seared through my skull, and then darkness. The world dissolved into a cacophony of ringing silence and swirling, kaleidoscopic colors. I slumped to the floor, my body going limp, my knife falling from my numb fingers. Consciousness flickered in and out like a dying ember. I could feel the bone-chilling cold, the pervasive metallic tang, the distant, muffled wails of the spectral children in my fading mind. I could see through half-lidded eyes the creature thrashing, twisting, its form flickering, distorting, as if struggling to hold itself together. Greenish vapor streamed from its body, thicker now, swirling around it like a living shroud. It was wounded, deeply wounded. But it wasn't dead. It turned its head, its glowing eyes, still blazing with cold fury, found me crumpled on the floor. The void in its face was a gaping maw now, distorted by pain and rage. "You will burn," it shrieked, its mental voice a fragmented, agonized whisper. It began to draw its spindly arm back, preparing to strike, to crush me, to end me. I was too weak to move, too spent to fight. I lay there, helpless, waiting for the end. Then something extraordinary happened. The spectral children, which had been slowly drifting back towards the creature, suddenly surged forward, not towards the creature itself, but towards me. Dozens of them, small, translucent forms like a silent, shimmering wave. They flowed around me, over me, through me. The cold intensified, but this time it was different. It wasn't a draining cold, but a vibrant, charged chill, like a jolt of pure energy. And as they passed through me, I felt it. A fleeting sensation, a cascade of feelings that weren't my own. Fear profound and ancient, sorrow deep as the ocean, longing and aching desire for touch, for warmth, for home, and most powerfully, a silent, desperate gratitude. They were protecting me. They were creating a barrier. The creature's arm, poised to strike, faltered. Its glowing eyes widened, not in pain this time, but in disbelief, in something akin to shock. The spectral forms had formed a living shield around me, a swirling, shimmering barrier of tormented souls. It roared again, a frustrated, furious sound, but it couldn't penetrate the barrier. The children, those lost, ethereal beings, were actively pushing back against it. Their silent mental cries, now closer, stronger, resonated with defiance. The creature thrashed, its form flickering more violently. The greenish vapor poured from its wounds, coiling around it, obscuring it. It tried to reach through the spectral barrier, its spindly fingers passing harmlessly through the translucent forms, but it couldn't touch me. The children, in their silent, shimmering unity, were holding it back. The struggle was immense. The creature's rage, its ancient power, against the combined, desperate will of the spectral children. The lantern room became a swirling vortex of light and shadow, of cold and the strange, vibrant energy of the children. The air crackled with a renewed static charge, the metallic tang becoming a burning sensation in my nose. I lay there, still unable to move, but witnessing a battle on a scale I couldn't comprehend. The children, trapped for so long, were fighting back, and I, the simple park ranger, was somehow at the heart of it. Then, from the depths of the swirling vortex of spectral forms, a new sensation emerged. A whisper, not in my mind this time, but a faint, almost imperceptible sound carried on the air, barely audible above the creature's frustrated growls and the crackling energy. A child's voice, small, sweet, filled with an ancient, fragile hope. "Run!" It was the boy, the one with the blue shirt. I saw his shimmering form, briefly coalescing near my head, his translucent eyes fixed on mine, pleading. My mind, still hazy, struggled to process the command, the impossible reality of it. Run, but where, how? I was so weak. As if in answer, the spectral children surged, momentarily parting, creating a narrow, shimmering tunnel towards the doorway, towards the spiral staircase. They were creating an escape route for me. Their fragile, defiant barrier momentarily intensified, pushing the creature back, holding it at bay, allowing me precious seconds. Now the child's voice whispered, stronger this time, an urgent, desperate plea. The creature shrieked, a sound of absolute despair. It was losing control. The greenish vapor was pouring from it, its form flickering violently, dissolving at the edges. The cuts I had inflicted were not just wounds, they were conduits, channels through which its essence was leaking, its ancient power draining. Gathering every last ounce of strength, I pushed myself onto my hands and knees. My vision was still blurry, my head pounding, but the thought of those children, their silent sacrifice, their desperate hope, spurred me on. I crawled through the shimmering tunnel they had created, past the swirling, tormented forms, towards the open doorway. My hand brushed against something cold and metallic as I moved. My knife. I instinctively grabbed it, clutching it tight. It was my only connection to the mundane world, my only weapon. I reached the doorway. Behind me, the creature was thrashing wildly, its roars of fury and anguish echoing through the lantern room. The children's shimmering forms were pressing in, a wall of ethereal energy, holding it back, sacrificing themselves. Their silent cries, their pleas of hope and despair, crashed over me in a final, overwhelming wave. I pushed myself through the narrow opening and tumbled onto the top step of the spiral staircase. Pain shot through my body, but I ignored it. The cold here was still intense, but bearable compared to the maelstrom above. I didn't look back, I couldn't. I began to descend, stumbling, sliding, gripping the frigid handrail with desperate strength. Each step was an agony, but I forced myself onward. The sounds from above were changing. The creature's roars were becoming weaker, more distant, overlaid with a strange, high-pitched keening like a dying star. and the children's cries were fading, their combined mental presence dimming. They were vanishing, they were using their last strength, their very existence, to give me time. Tears streamed down my face, freezing on my cheeks. Hot tears, cold air, a burning throat. It was all a blur. I pushed on down the winding staircase, my heart heavy with a grief that wasn't entirely my own. The cold, the metallic tang, the unsettling silence of the woods outside, it was all waiting for me. But I had to get out. I had to tell someone. As I neared the bottom, a new sound began to filter through the stone walls, faint but growing clearer. The distant roar of the ocean, the rhythmic crash of waves against the rocks, and then the steady, comforting groan of the lighthouse foghorn. It was back. The foghorn, which had been silent, was groaning again, a deep, resonant sound of the familiar world. I reached the ground floor, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The heavy steel door, which I had pushed open earlier, was still ajar. Through the gap, I could see the faint, gray light of pre-dawn. The night was ending. I pushed the door open wider and stumbled out into the lighthouse compound. The first thing I noticed was the light, or rather, the lack of it. The lighthouse beam was gone. No frantic, chaotic sweeps, no unnatural inland arcs. The lantern room was dark, a black void against the pre-dawn sky. The intense cold in the compound had lessened, though the air was still biting. The metallic tang was almost gone, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of salt and pine. The wind, which had shrieked and swirled, was now a steady, cold breeze. The footprints on the gravel. I looked down. My heavy ranger boot prints were still there, leading into the lighthouse. But the other prints, the small child-sized ones, the light, elongated, distorted ones, they were gone. The gravel was smooth, disturbed only by my own tracks. It was as if it had never happened. But I knew it had. My throbbing head, my raw throat, the agony in my scraped hand, the deep, pervasive chill in my bones, and the heavy weight of sorrow in my heart, they were all testament to the night's horrors. And the utility knife, still clutched in my hand, was stained with something faintly greenish and viscous, alien and unmistakable. I looked up at the darkened lantern room, a black eye against the lightening sky. The entity, the monster, was gone, or dormant, or simply somewhere else. And the children, they were gone too. Their sacrifice had bought me my escape, but at what cost? Had they been released or consumed? A wave of overwhelming exhaustion washed over me. I felt like every ounce of strength, physical and mental, had been leached from me. I leaned against the cold stone of the lighthouse base, trying to catch my breath, trying to process the impossible events of the night. The sun was beginning to rise, painting the eastern sky with faint streaks of orange and purple. The familiar beauty of the dawn felt alien, almost blasphemous after what I had witnessed. I had to get help. I had to tell someone, but who would believe me? A park ranger babbling about spectral children and interdimensional entities in a lighthouse. They'd think I'd cracked. My radio, I still had it. My hand went to my parka pocket, fumbling for the cold, unresponsive device. Perhaps now, with the strange energy gone, it would work. I pulled it out, pressed the transmit button. Ranger Jess to dispatch, I murmured, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. Come in, dispatch. A burst of static, then a voice, faint but clear, crackled back. Ranger Jess, this is dispatch. You're cutting in and out. Repeat your transmission. Is everything all right? We've been trying to reach you. Relief, pure and unadulterated, washed over me. It worked. I was back in the real world. Dispatch, this is Ranger Jess, I said, my voice gaining strength, urgency. I'm at the lighthouse. I need backup. Immediately. There's been an incident. Something terrible happened here. Ranger Jess, you're breaking up. Did you say terrible incident at the lighthouse? The dispatcher's voice crackled, laced with concern. Are you injured? What's your status? I'm all right, mostly, but the lighthouse, it was activated, and there was something else. Children, I need a medical team, and someone from the Coast Guard, someone who understands, not a malfunction. My words tumbled out, a desperate, disjointed plea. Understood, Ranger Jess. Stay calm. We're dispatching a unit to your location. Estimated ETA 20 minutes. Can you confirm if you're secure? Secure. I looked around the compound at the empty gravel, the closed gate, the dark lantern room. It felt empty, sterile. The cold knot of dread in my gut, however, remained. Negative dispatch, I said, my voice firm despite the tremble in my hands. I'm not secure, and I don't think it's over. I knew with a chilling certainty that this was just the beginning. Whatever ancient horror had briefly manifested in my lighthouse, it had been wounded, not destroyed, and I had awakened it. I had seen the light, and now it had seen me. I looked up at the lighthouse one last time. It stood silently, a stark white sentinel against the burgeoning dawn, its lantern room a dark, empty eye. But I knew better. I knew what lurked beneath that stoic facade, what had stirred in its ancient heart, and I knew it would be back. The first hint of sirens cut through the pre-dawn quiet, a distant, wailing promise of the mundane world crashing into the impossible one. It was a sound I'd heard countless times in my career, usually signifying a lost hiker, a brush fire, or a minor accident. Tonight it felt like a lifeline, a desperately needed anchor in a reality that had twisted itself inside out. Yet a cold dread coiled in my stomach. What would I say? How do you report a spectral battle and an ancient horror? I pushed myself away from the lighthouse, my muscles protesting with every movement. My legs felt like lead, my head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, and my throat was raw and burning. The utility knife was still clutched in my numb hand, its blade smeared with the faint, greenish residue, the only tangible proof of the nightmare. I looked down at it, then quickly slipped it into my parka pocket, out of sight. They wouldn't understand, not yet. The wail grew louder, closer, splitting the silence. Headlights soon followed, cutting through the remaining gloom like hungry eyes. The first vehicle to pull into the compound was a Parks Department patrol SUV, its roof lights flashing a dizzying red and blue. Behind it, a Coast Guard truck, then an ambulance, and finally a more generic-looking sedan that I didn't recognize. A small caravan of reality, arriving to confront something utterly unreal. My fellow ranger, Mark Jensen, was the first out of the SUV. He was older than me, with a grizzled beard and eyes that had seen too many lonely nights in the park. His face was a mask of concern, quickly turning to alarm as he saw me. "Jess, my God, Jess, are you all right?" he exclaimed, rushing towards me. His voice was thick with worry, his hand already reaching for his radio. "Dispatch, Ranger Jensen on scene. I have Ranger Jess. She appears coherent but injured, initiating medical assessment." I swayed on my feet, grateful for the approaching support, but suddenly overwhelmed by the sheer ordinariness of it all. Mark, the ambulance, the flashing lights, it felt like a flimsy curtain pulled over an abyss. I'm fine, Mark, I managed, my voice raspy, just a little shaken up. I tried for a reassuring smile, but it probably looked more like a grimace. What took you so long? Your signal was breaking up, Jess. We barely got anything coherent, just incident, lighthouse, children. And then it cut out for a good 20 minutes, he said, his eyes scanning me, taking in my disheveled appearance, the faint smear of what looked like dried blood on my forehead where I'd hit the stone. You look like you've been through a hurricane. What happened here? I took a deep breath, trying to organize the chaos in my mind. It's complicated, Mark. I need to explain. But first, the lighthouse. Is it still dark? Mark glanced up at the lantern room, then back at me, a puzzled frown on his face. Dark? Yeah, it's dark. Coast Guard probably shut it down for inspection or something. Why? I shook my head. No, it wasn't dark. It was on and pointing inland. That's why I came out here. His frown deepened. Pointing inland, Jess, the lighthouse mechanism doesn't do that. It's fixed to sweep the ocean. Are you sure you're not seeing things? You took a pretty hard knock to the head, looks like. I'm sure, Mark, and it wasn't just pointing inland. It was pulsing, and there were sounds. Voices, I insisted, my voice growing stronger, more urgent. I knew how crazy it sounded, even to my own ears. Before Mark could respond, paramedics were already moving towards me, their faces professional but clearly concerned. A young woman with kind eyes started to gently guide me towards the ambulance, her voice a calm murmur. "Let's get you checked out, Ranger. Looks like you've had a rough night." I resisted slightly. I need to talk to someone first, to the Coast Guard. This isn't just about me. A Coast Guard officer, a stern-faced woman with sharp eyes, approached. Lieutenant Commander Anya Sharma. I recognized her from previous meetings. She wore a crisp uniform, her expression unreadable. "Ranger Jess, I'm Lieutenant Commander Sharma. Dispatch reports some kind of malfunction with the lighthouse and other reports. What exactly happened here?" Her voice was precise, authoritative. I looked at her, then back at the dark lantern room. "Lieutenant Commander, the lighthouse was operating erratically. Pointing inland, the light was pulsing. I came to investigate, found the gate open, the main door forced open." I paused, then forced myself to continue, choosing my words carefully. "Inside, I encountered something that was using the lighthouse's energy, and there were signs of children." Sharma's expression remained stoic, but her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Signs of children? What kind of signs?" "Shoes, a teddy bear, a scarf," I explained, gesturing vaguely towards the logging track. "Scattered on the path up here. They looked abandoned." "We'll send a team to sweep the area immediately," she said, pulling out a comms device. "This is a priority 1 search and rescue. A missing persons report was filed last night, a family of 4 camping near the northern bluffs. This might be connected." My heart sank. A family of 4, camping. Was that the source of the spectral children? Were they trapped or worse? "No, Commander," I said, a sudden urgency in my voice. "It's not just a missing family. This was unnatural. The cold, the sounds, the footprints inside, they weren't human." Sharma finally raised an eyebrow. "Ranger Jess, I understand you're distressed, but we need facts. Unnatural, footprints not human. Can you elaborate?" I knew this was the moment. The moment I either told them the truth and sounded insane, or held back and allowed whatever was happening to continue unchecked. The image of the spectral boy, his desperate plea to run, flashed in my mind. I had to tell them. Lieutenant Commander, I began, my voice trembling slightly but resolute. I went into the lighthouse. I found an entity in the lantern room. It was tall, thin, almost translucent, drawing power from the lighthouse beam, and around it were spectral forms. Children, trapped. I shut down the light. It attacked me. I wounded it with my knife. The children, they helped me escape. A heavy silence descended. Mark Jensen, who had been listening intently, paled. The paramedic paused, her hand hovering, clearly unsure how to proceed. Lieutenant Commander Sharma's face was utterly blank for a long moment. Then she let out a slow breath. Ranger Jess, are you certain you weren't disoriented by a head injury? Hallucinations are a common symptom of trauma. I am certain, I replied, meeting her gaze, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. I know what I saw, I know what I felt. The cold, the metallic smell, the static electricity, the gouge on the door, the open gate, and this. I pulled out the utility knife, showing her the faint greenish residue. It's not blood, it's something else. Sharma took the knife, examining it closely. Her expression remained neutral, but a flicker of something, doubt perhaps, or a calculated concern, crossed her eyes. She handed it to one of her men. Secure this as evidence. Send it for analysis. Expedite. She turned back to me, her voice softening slightly, but still firm. Ranger Jess, we appreciate your report. It's highly unusual. For now, we need to focus on the missing family. We'll search the immediate area, the logging track you mentioned, and the lighthouse interior. You need to get to the hospital. A full medical checkup, including a psychiatric evaluation, will be required. Psychiatric evaluation. There it was. They thought I was crazy. I'm not crazy, Commander, I said, my voice rising. I'm telling you the truth. That thing is still out there. It's wounded, but it's not gone. And the children, my voice caught, they're still in danger or worse. Mark put a hand on my shoulder. Jess, let them do their job. You've been through a lot. Let the paramedics take care of you. I glared at him, then at Sharma. You need to understand, this lighthouse isn't just a building anymore. It's a doorway. And it drew something through. Sharma nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the dark lantern room. We'll proceed with caution, Ranger, and we'll investigate all angles, but your priority now is your health. She signaled to her team. All right, search teams, fan out. Check the logging track first, as Ranger Jess indicated. Look for any signs of the missing family. Commander Miller, take a team inside the lighthouse. Document everything. Do not touch anything until forensics can clear it. As I was finally led to the waiting ambulance, my mind raced. They weren't dismissing me outright, but they weren't fully believing me either. They were following protocol, treating it as a standard search and rescue with a possible distraught witness. The real horror, the interdimensional entity, the spectral children that was still locked away in my head. Inside the ambulance, the paramedic took my vitals. My blood pressure was high, my pulse racing. My head throbbed, and when she checked my pupils, they were slightly dilated. You definitely have a concussion, Ranger Jess, she said gently, and probably some shock. We'll get you to the hospital. They'll want to do a CT scan. I leaned back against the cot, closing my eyes. Even with them closed, I could still see the glowing eyes, the void in the creature's face. Still hear the silent screams of the children. The drive to the nearest hospital was a blur. I answered questions as best I could, omitting the parts about the entity, sticking to the physical facts. The open gate, the forced entry, the strange cold, the abandoned toys, the unexplained injury to my knife. They chalked up my rambling about voices and spectral forms to shock and concussion. It was frustrating, infuriating, but I knew arguing would only make me sound less credible. I needed to recover, and then I needed to figure out how to convince them. At the hospital, they ran a battery of tests. CT scan showed a mild concussion. My throat was bruised from the creature's grip, and my hand was scraped. Beyond that, physically, I was battered but mostly intact. Mentally, it was another story. They asked about my mental state, if I'd been under stress, if I'd had any previous episodes of disorientation. I answered honestly, denying any history of mental illness, but carefully curated my story. I witnessed something traumatic, I told the psychologist, a kind, elderly woman with sharp, knowing eyes. I believe it was some kind of intruder or a group of intruders operating in the lighthouse. I interrupted them. I fought back. The details are hazy due to the head injury and the shock. She nodded, writing notes. It's natural to have gaps or distorted memories after a traumatic event, especially with a concussion. Your brain is trying to protect itself. We'll monitor you, you'll need rest, and we recommend follow-up therapy to process what you've experienced. I knew she meant therapy for the trauma, not for the impossible truth, but for now, I accepted it. I had to play their game until I could gather more evidence, until I could prove what I saw. The next few hours were a haze of painkillers and forced rest. I drifted in and out of sleep, haunted by fragmented images, the creature's glowing eyes, the desperate face of the spectral boy, the green vapor, the cold that seeped into my bones. Each time I woke, the reality of it crashed over me anew, a heavy, chilling weight. By late afternoon, Mark Jensen came to visit me. He looked tired, his face etched with worry. He brought me a change of clothes. My ranger uniform was stained and torn, and a thermos of hot coffee. "How are you feeling, Jess?" he asked, sitting on the edge of my hospital bed. "Like I was hit by a truck," I admitted, taking a grateful sip of the coffee. "Any news from the lighthouse?" Mark sighed, running a hand through his grizzled beard. "It's confusing. They found the shoes and toys you mentioned on the logging track, confirmed a match to the missing family. The parents reported them. That's good news, means we're looking in the right direction for them. The Coast Guard is treating it as a priority search and rescue now. There's a massive team out there, dogs, drones, choppers." "And inside the lighthouse," I pressed, "did they find anything, the forced door, the footprints, anything unusual?" He hesitated, a strange look on his face. "The door, yeah, the main door was definitely forced open. Big gouge, like you said, and the gate too. No signs of forced entry on the barbed wire, though, like someone just walked through." "What about the footprints?" "That's the weird part," Mark admitted, lowering his voice. "Miller's team went in. Forensics swept it. Nothing, just your boots and a few smudged prints from the Coast Guard crew who inspected it yesterday. No other footprints. No elongated or distorted prints like you mentioned." My heart sank, but I saw them, Mark. I know I did. They were everywhere on the ground floor, leading up the stairs. "Jess, I believe you think you saw them," he said gently, "but with the concussion and the darker, it's possible your mind filled in some details." "And the knife?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice, "the greenish stuff on it." Mark shook his head. "They cleaned it, said it was just some kind of oxidized metal residue mixed with organic material. Nothing alien, Jess, just rust and grime from the old lighthouse." My blood ran cold. They had dismissed everything. All my evidence explained away by mundane logic. The creature in its retreat had cleaned up its tracks. Or perhaps its very presence warped reality, leaving no trace for those who weren't meant to see. "They're wrong, Mark," I whispered, clutching the coffee mug. "They weren't there when it happened. That thing, it's real." Mark just looked at me, his eyes full of pity. "Jess, you need to focus on getting better. We'll find that family, and we'll figure out what happened at the lighthouse. But you saw some bad things, and your mind is trying to make sense of them. Give it time." I knew arguing was useless. They had their narrative. I had mine, and mine was invisible to them. "Did they check the control panel?" I asked, remembering my desperate act of shutting down the light. "Yeah, Coast Guard inspected it," Mark confirmed. "Said it was fine, no sign of tampering. The emergency shutoff was engaged, but that's a manual process, nothing broken. They reactivated the main light shortly after dawn. It's working perfectly now, sweeping the ocean as usual." The lighthouse beam was back, sweeping the ocean, normal, as if nothing had happened, as if it hadn't been an anchor for pure evil, a conduit for ancient hunger. My stomach clenched. If it was back on, if it was sweeping again, what did that mean for the creature? Was it recharging? Was it waiting? Mark stayed for a while longer, trying to comfort me, talking about work schedules and the mundane happenings of the park. It was his way of trying to pull me back to reality, to ground me, but my reality was forever fractured. Before he left, I remembered something. "Mark, the small sedan that pulled up with you guys, who was that?" He frowned. "Oh, that. Yeah, some feds showed up. FBI, I think, said they were liaising with the Coast Guard on the missing persons. But they looked different, sharper, asked more pointed questions than usual. I got the feeling they weren't just about the missing family." My heart gave a little jolt. Feds, maybe, just maybe, someone was taking this seriously. Or perhaps they were the ones who would shut me down for good. I was discharged from the hospital late that evening, given strict instructions for rest and follow-up. Mark drove me back to my small cabin on the edge of the park. The drive was quiet, punctuated only by the distant, rhythmic groan of the lighthouse foghorn, now a familiar, comforting sound once more. It used to be comforting. Now it sounded like a funeral dirge. Entering my cabin felt strange. The mundane comfort of my living room, the familiar scent of pine and old books, seemed out of place after the raw horror I had experienced. I was exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind replayed the events of the night, searching for clues, for anything I might have missed, anything that could prove I wasn't losing my mind. I took a long, hot shower, trying to wash away the pervasive cold, the metallic tang, the feeling of alien touch. But the chill lingered in my bones, and the ghost of the creature's grip remained on my throat. My mind, still a little fuzzy from the concussion, spun with questions. If the creature was wounded, where did it go? Did it need the lighthouse to manifest? Could it come back? And the children, were they truly gone? Had their sacrifice freed them or merely delayed their ultimate consumption? The thought made me shiver, a cold rage building in my chest. If those children had given their lives for me, I couldn't let their sacrifice be in vain. I pulled on a clean, warm flannel shirt and jeans, then went to my small kitchen. I brewed some strong tea, the warmth a welcome comfort against the internal chill. I opened my laptop, something I hadn't done since the incident, and started searching. Missing persons reports, local lore about the lighthouse, unexplained phenomena in the area. Anything that could shed light on what I had experienced. The missing family, the Millers, were still headline news. Parents, 2 children, a boy and a girl. They'd been camping near the bluffs. Their tent was found abandoned, sleeping bags still inside, but no trace of them. The search was ongoing, massive, relentless. The official narrative was that they'd simply wandered off, perhaps in the cold snap, and gotten lost. The Coast Guard reiterated that the lighthouse had been fully operational and showed no signs of malfunction. I scoffed. Fully operational. They clearly hadn't seen it pointing inland, pulsating with unholy light. I dug deeper into old newspaper archives, local historical societies. The lighthouse had been built in the late 1800s, a stoic guardian against the treacherous coastal waters. Over the decades, there were occasional stories of unexplained disappearances, strange lights, sailors reporting phantom voices on foggy nights, all dismissed as maritime folklore, the ravings of lonely men. But now it resonated with a terrifying truth. My search turned to more esoteric topics: interdimensional rifts, energy conduits, entities. I scoured obscure forums, academic papers, anything that might even remotely touch on what I had encountered. It was a needle in a haystack, a desperate attempt to find a framework for the impossible. Then late into the night, I stumbled upon an old, digitized local history book. A faded, almost illegible passage caught my eye. It spoke of a local legend predating the lighthouse construction. The Whispering Bluffs, they called them, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where during certain astronomical alignments or periods of intense cold, the sea eaters would come. They stole souls, it said, especially the young, to feed the light. A chill, far colder than the cabin air, ran down my spine. Feed the light. The creature had been absorbing the lighthouse beam. Was the lighthouse itself an ancient conduit, a natural focal point for this entity which the Coast Guard had unwittingly reactivated and empowered? And the children, they are ours now, the creature had boomed in my mind. This is their purpose. Was it feeding on their souls, their life energy? Was that what the spectral forms were, the echoes, the tormented remnants of those stolen by the sea eaters? A new, horrifying possibility dawned on me. If the lighthouse was a doorway and this entity was crossing over, was it just happening here? Was this particular lighthouse a unique conduit, or were there others? The thought sent a jolt of terror through me. I closed the laptop, needing to clear my head. The local legends, the missing family, my own terrifying encounter, it was all coalescing into a terrifying picture. I wasn't just a park ranger who'd witnessed a trauma. I was entangled in something ancient, something cosmic. I spent the next day recovering, but my mind was relentlessly active. I tried to reach out to Lieutenant Commander Sharma, but she was unavailable, fully engaged in the search and rescue operation. I knew that meant she was dismissing my earlier report. My calls to the park supervisor were met with polite concern, but a firm reiteration of my need for rest and recovery. I was benched, effectively. But I couldn't rest, not with this knowledge. The sense of urgency grew with every passing hour. The creature was wounded, yes, but it wasn't gone, and the lighthouse was now fully operational again, beaming its powerful light out into the dark. Was it still vulnerable, or was it recovering, preparing for another manifestation? I realized I couldn't rely on official channels. They were blind to the truth. I needed proof, tangible, undeniable proof that would force them to see. My first thought was the knife, but it had been cleaned. I still had my comms device, but it had been useless when I needed it most. What else? What did I touch? What did I see that they hadn't examined closely enough? The memory of the metallic tang, the shimmering haze, the oppressive cold in the compound, the iridescence. It wasn't just cold. It was a physical manifestation of something else. I decided I needed to go back, not to the lighthouse itself, not yet, but to the logging track, to the compound gate, to look for anything they might have missed, anything that didn't fit their mundane narrative. That evening, as dusk settled over the park, I slipped out of my cabin. I avoided the main trails, sticking to familiar deer paths, moving stealthily through the deepening shadows. My headlamp was new, fresh batteries. My radio was on, but I knew better than to rely on it. My utility knife, my only weapon, was in my pocket. I also packed a small digital camera, hoping to capture anything anomalous. The woods were quiet, too quiet. The usual night sounds were muted, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The cold snap had intensified, coating the branches with a fresh layer of frost that glittered under the sparse moonlight. My breath plumed out in thick clouds. As I approached the logging track, the subtle changes began. The air grew colder, more penetrating, but not with the bone-chilling intensity of the previous night. It was a lingering cold, a residual presence. And that faint, metallic tang was back, a ghost of the creature's essence. I moved slowly, scanning the ground with my headlamp. The logging track had been thoroughly swept by search and rescue teams. Footprints of rangers, coast guard, SAR dogs all crisscrossed the muddy earth, but I saw no trace of the shoes or toys I'd seen. They had either been collected as evidence or they, too, had vanished. I reached the compound gate. It was closed now, chained and secured with a new Coast Guard padlock. The old gouge on the steel door of the lighthouse was still there, a stark scar in the white paint, but it had been hastily painted over, almost as if to obscure it. A fresh coat of white paint on top of a black scar, an attempt to hide the wound, to restore normalcy. I circled the compound, my headlamp beam cutting through the darkness. The gravel was clean, disturbed only by the recent activity of the search teams. No elongated footprints, no vague adult prints, nothing. Frustration surged through me. It was like fighting a phantom, a battle against an enemy that left no trace for others to see. Then, as my headlamp beam swept over the low-lying rock face near the base of the lighthouse, I saw something. A faint shimmer, almost imperceptible, like heat haze, but it was cold. And there was a faint, iridescent sheen on the rock surface, almost like an oil slick, but colorless. I knelt, shining my light closer. It wasn't oil. It was a residue, a faint, crystalline substance clinging to the lichen-covered rock. It seemed to pulse faintly, catching the light in 1,000 tiny, shifting colors. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and utterly alien. This was it. This was proof. My hands trembled as I took out my digital camera, setting it to macro mode. I took picture after picture from different angles with and without flash. I even tried to capture a video, hoping the subtle shimmer would be visible. Then I carefully scraped a tiny sample into a small, sterile baggie I had brought with me. It felt cold to the touch, almost sharp like powdered ice. It didn't melt, it just sat there, iridescent and foreign. As I was finishing, a sudden, sharp chill pierced the air, far more intense than before. It wasn't the lingering cold, it was a fresh influx, a localized drop in temperature that made my breath plume violently. The metallic tang in the air intensified, burning my nostrils. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was back, or it was stirring. I looked up at the lighthouse. The lantern room was dark. The main light, now reactivated and sweeping the ocean, was casting its familiar beam in a steady, rhythmic cycle, sweeping past the compound, then out to sea. but the air around the lighthouse, around the base of the lighthouse, was shimmering, distorting, just like it had before. A low hum, barely audible, vibrated through the ground beneath my feet. It wasn't mechanical. It was resonant, deep, like a tuning fork struck in the darkest abyss. And then I heard it, a whisper, not in my mind this time, but on the wind. Faint, ethereal, like distant children's laughter, but warped, twisted into something sorrowful and profound. My blood ran cold. The spectral forms, they were here, or their echoes were. I instinctively pressed myself against the rock face, trying to be invisible, trying to still my racing breath. The hum intensified, vibrating through the ground. The shimmering around the lighthouse base grew stronger, swirling like an invisible current. Then the lighthouse beam, sweeping in its normal, predictable arc, reached the compound. As it passed directly over the base of the tower, over the very spot where the shimmering was most intense, it happened. The beam, instead of continuing its arc out to sea, suddenly jerked. It stuttered, pulsed, then, with a sickening clunk that resonated through the compound, it halted. It wasn't dark, it was fixed, pointing straight down at the base of the tower, at the shimmering distortion. My eyes widened in terror. It was happening again. The lighthouse was being used, hijacked, turned into a conduit. But this time it was pointing straight down, as if drawing something up from the earth or anchoring something to this very spot. The hum beneath the ground intensified, becoming a low, vibrating growl that seemed to emanate from the very bedrock. The air crackled with static electricity, making the hair on my arms stand on end. The metallic tang was now overwhelming, suffocating. And then, from the swirling distortion at the base of the lighthouse, a faint glow began to emanate. A sickly, phosphorescent green, pulsing in time with the hum. It was the same color as the creature's eyes, the same color as the vapor from its wound. It was rising or returning. A wave of pure dread washed over me. I had wounded it, but I hadn't destroyed it. And now it was back, drawing power not from the lens directly, but from the very foundation of the lighthouse, from the deeper, ancient currents beneath. The fixed beam from the lantern room above pulsed, its light now an unnatural, sickly yellow, feeding the growing green glow below. The distorted whispers returned, louder, merging into a low, mournful chant that seemed to rise from the very earth. I knew I had to get out. I had my proof. I had to show someone, anyone. But my feet felt rooted to the spot, my muscles locked in a death grip of fear. The sight was mesmerizing, terrifying, drawing me in despite myself. The green glow solidified, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape within the shimmering distortion. It was smaller than the creature I'd seen in the lantern room, less defined, almost embryonic. But the intent was clear, the malevolence palpable. It was reforming, healing. As the form solidified further, a flicker of something new appeared within the green glow. Tiny, almost imperceptible pinpricks of light like miniature stars, and then I recognized them. Eyes, dozens of them, small, sad, longing eyes flickering within the green form like captured fireflies, the spectral children. They weren't gone, they were still here, trapped within the regenerating entity, part of its very being. My actions, shutting down the light, wounding it, had only fragmented it, forced it to retreat and reform, and it was drawing the children with it. A cold, righteous fury, far stronger than my terror, surged through me. They hadn't been released. They had been reabsorbed. Their sacrifice had bought me time, but not their freedom. The nascent creature, still vaguely formed, began to pulsate faster, its green glow intensifying. The fixed lighthouse beam, now a sickly yellow, poured its energy into the phenomenon. I backed away slowly, carefully, my eyes fixed on the unfolding horror. The sheer scale of it, the ancient, insidious evil, was overwhelming. My sample, my photos, were just a tiny piece of the puzzle, a whisper against a roar. Suddenly a voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the alien sounds. "Hey you, what are you doing here?" My heart leaped into my throat. I spun around, my headlamp beam sweeping across the compound. Two figures stood near the newly padlocked gate, silhouetted against the pale moonlight. They were tall, well-built, and dressed in dark, tactical gear. Not park rangers, not Coast Guard. FBI, the men Mark had mentioned. "Who are you?" one of them demanded, his hand moving to his hip where I saw the unmistakable glint of a holstered weapon. "This area is restricted. You're trespassing." I raised my hands slowly, trying to project calm despite the adrenaline coursing through me. "Ranger Jess, I'm a park ranger. I was investigating." The second man, his face grim, stepped forward, shining a powerful tactical flashlight directly into my eyes, temporarily blinding me. "Investigating what, Ranger? Your supervisor said you were on medical leave. What's in the baggie?" My mind raced. They had caught me, but they were also here. Had they seen it? Had they felt the cold, heard the whispers, witnessed the fixed beam, the green glow? "I found something," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, my eyes squinting against the blinding light. "Evidence about what's really happening here." I gestured frantically towards the base of the lighthouse, where the green glow was now a vibrant, undeniable presence, the fixed yellow beam pulsing into it. "Look, it's happening again." The agents turned, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating the bizarre scene at the lighthouse base. The fixed, sickly yellow beam pouring into the shimmering green glow, the vague, coalescing form, the flickering, sad eyes of the spectral children trapped within. The air crackled with static, the metallic tang was overwhelming, and the low, mournful chant was unmistakable. A stunned silence fell over the compound. Even the agents, hardened and professional as they were, seemed to freeze, their professionalism cracking under the weight of the impossible. "What in God's name is that?" the first agent whispered, his voice barely audible, laced with a tremor of disbelief. His hand, which had been on his weapon, now hung uselessly at his side. The second agent, equally stunned, raised his comms to his mouth, his eyes wide, fixed on the horrifying spectacle. "Control, this is Agent Miller. We have an unprecedented situation at the lighthouse. Code Black, I repeat, Code Black, request immediate backup, and a full containment team. This is not a drill." Code Black, I knew what that meant, an existential threat, something beyond conventional understanding. They saw it. They finally saw it. The Code Black echoed through the pre-dawn air, a stark, terrifying declaration that ripped the last vestiges of normalcy from the compound. The two agents, Agent Miller and his partner, whose name I didn't yet know, stood frozen, their tactical flashlights now uselessly pointed at the ground, their gazes fixed on the horrifying spectacle at the lighthouse's base. The professional veneer had shattered, replaced by raw, disbelieving terror. "Miller, what is that?" the second agent finally managed, his voice a strained whisper. Agent Miller, a man I'd assumed was unflappable, swallowed hard, his eyes wide. I don't know, but it's beyond anything in our protocol. He fumbled for his sidearm, pulling it from its holster with a shaky hand, but he didn't raise it. What good would a bullet be against that? The fixed yellow beam from the lantern room pulsed erratically, pouring its sickly energy into the green glow at the base of the lighthouse. The glow intensified, throbbing with malevolent life, and the mournful chant of trapped children grew louder, more distinct, twisting the air with their sorrow. The vague embryonic form within the glow solidified, growing larger, more defined, though still indistinct, like something seen through a thick pane of distorted glass. I could still see the pinpricks of light, the dozens of sad eyes flickering within it. "It's regenerating," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the tremor in my hands. "It's using the lighthouse's power. It did this before, but in the lantern room." Agent Miller snapped his head towards me, his eyes now sharpened with a terrifying blend of fear and a desperate need for information. "It did what? Ranger Jess, you need to explain, and you need to explain now." Before I could answer, the night exploded with new sounds. The distant wail of sirens, growing rapidly louder, closer, multiplied this time. Headlights cut through the tree line, a convoy of them moving at high speed towards the compound. The code black backup was here. A minute later, a fleet of black, unmarked SUVs, their windows tinted, skidded to a halt outside the compound gate. The sheer number of vehicles was startling, at least 6, maybe more. Doors flew open, and a flood of figures in dark, heavy gear, armed with more substantial weaponry than I'd ever seen outside of a military base, poured out. They moved with unnerving speed and precision, their faces grim, their eyes scanning the perimeter. They weren't Coast Guard. They weren't local law enforcement. These were professionals, something far more specialized. A tall, imposing woman, older than the other agents, with severe gray hair pulled back in a tight bun and eyes that missed nothing, emerged from the lead SUV. She wore a tailored black suit under a heavy tactical vest, and her bearing commanded instant authority. As she approached the gate, Agent Miller rushed to meet her, leaving his partner with me. "Director Hayes," Miller began, his voice tense, "we have an active phenomenon at the lighthouse. Ranger Jess reported it initially. I can't even describe it, ma'am. It's regenerating from the base of the tower." Director Hayes didn't even glance at me. Her gaze, cold and analytical, was fixed on the pulsing green glow, the fixed yellow beam, and the shimmering air. Her face remained impassive, but a flicker of grim recognition, almost a confirmation, crossed her features. "Status report, Miller. What is it doing?" "It appears to be drawing energy from the lighthouse," Miller responded, regaining some of his composure. "It's coalescing. There are what appear to be residual biosignatures, ma'am, human, possibly children." My blood ran cold. Biosignatures, they weren't just seeing light and shadows. They had instruments. They understood. Director Hayes's eyes narrowed. The Miller family, confirmed missing from Northern Bluffs. She turned to the rest of her team, her voice low, but carrying across the compound with chilling clarity. "Containment teams establish a perimeter. Scientific assessment, deploy sensors, secure the area, no unauthorized personnel beyond this gate. Agent Miller briefed me on site. An agent," she gestured to Miller's partner, "secure Ranger Jess. She has pertinent information." The compound became a hive of intense, silent activity. Teams fanned out, deploying equipment I couldn't even name. Tripods with glowing sensors, strange black boxes, cables snaking across the gravel. Other agents, armed with assault rifles, took up positions, their movements fluid and practiced. Miller's partner, a burly man named Agent Thorne, approached me. "Ranger Jess, you're with me. Director Hayes wants your full account, and that baggie." "I have photos too," I said, pulling out my camera. "And it's not just a phenomenon, it's an entity, it's conscious, and it's hostile." Thorne nodded, taking the camera and baggie with surprising gentleness. "Understood. Let's move." He led me towards Director Hayes and Agent Miller, who were now standing closer to the lighthouse base, observing the accelerating green glow. "Director Hayes," I began, my voice clear and firm, "I encountered this entity last night in the lantern room. It was using the light, feeding on it, and it had trapped the children, the spectral forms. I shut down the light and I wounded it with my knife. That's why it retreated, why it's regenerating now." Hayes turned, her piercing gaze finally landing on me. There was no pity, no skepticism, just an intense, almost unsettling focus. "You wounded it, Ranger, with what?" "My utility knife," I said, holding up my hand, indicating the one I had placed back in my pocket. The greenish residue, that was its blood or essence, not rust. Her eyes flickered to the knife, then back to the regenerating entity. "And the children." "It said they were its, that this was their purpose. It was absorbing their essence, their souls, to feed itself, to feed the light." I explained the local legend I'd found, the sea eaters and the whispering bluffs. Director Hayes listened, not interrupting, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she turned to Agent Miller. "Cross-reference the Ranger's report with any known local lore, historical accounts, or unexplained phenomena. Pay particular attention to energy conduits, soul-harvesting entities, and anything related to specific astronomical alignments or atmospheric conditions." "Already on it, ma'am," Miller replied, tapping his earpiece. "My team is cross-referencing now. Initial findings are disturbing. There have been similar disappearances along this coast for centuries, always during cold snaps and periods of high atmospheric static." My blood ran cold. Centuries. This wasn't a recent occurrence. This thing was ancient. Director Hayes stepped closer to the lighthouse, her hand going to a small device on her wrist. Sensors confirm a significant energy signature, highly localized. It's drawing from the lighthouse's power grid, but also from something deeper. Geothermal activity, perhaps, or a natural ley line convergence. The biosignatures are indeed residual, fragmented, but undeniable. Consistent with the missing Miller family, but also others. Many others. A scientist in a clean suit, his face pale, approached Director Hayes. "Ma'am, initial analysis of the residue from Ranger Jess's knife indicates a complex non-carbon-based organic compound. It's unlike anything we've ever cataloged. It's highly unstable, semi-crystalline, and exhibits properties that defy current physics. We're detecting traces of interdimensional particles." Director Hayes merely nodded, as if this was precisely what she had expected. "The Sea Eaters. My unit has had vague reports of similar entities in other isolated coastal regions, always associated with powerful light sources and specific environmental triggers. We call them anchors. They tether themselves to our reality through a focal point, drawing sustenance from whatever they can find, and from the souls of the vulnerable." Anchors, the name sent a chill down my spine. The lighthouse wasn't just a conduit, it was an anchor. "What's its current state, ma'am?" Agent Miller asked, his gaze still fixed on the regenerating entity. Still nascent, fragmented. It's expending a great deal of energy reforming, Hayes replied, her voice taut with tension. It's vulnerable, but rapidly becoming less so. Once it fully coalesces, it will be exponentially more dangerous. We need to cut off its power source. Agent Thorne, Communications, can we remotely shut down the lighthouse beam? Agent Thorne, already relaying orders, responded, attempting remote shutdown now, ma'am. Local Coast Guard reports a system override. Cannot disable. Of course, Hayes muttered, a grim line forming on her lips. The anchor has fully integrated itself with the power source. Ranger Jess, you managed to shut it down physically, yes? Yes, ma'am, I confirmed. There's an emergency shutoff lever in the lantern room on the main control panel, but it was difficult. The creature was there. All right, Hayes said, turning to a team of agents. Containment Team Alpha, prepare for entry. You'll accompany Ranger Jess to the lantern room. Her knowledge of the system is critical. Your objective is to reach that emergency shutoff and disable the light source. Agent Miller, you're with them. Ensure Ranger Jess's safety. My heart hammered against my ribs. Go back into the lantern room where I had nearly died. The thought filled me with dread, but also a fierce sense of purpose. This was my chance to stop it, to truly free the children. I'll need my knife, I said, looking at Thorne. It worked once. Thorne handed it back to me without question. Director Hayes nodded in approval. Good, use any advantage you have, Ranger. This is not a drill. Lives depend on this. As Agent Miller and 4 other heavily armed agents moved into position, I felt a strange mix of fear and exhilaration. These weren't the skeptical locals. These were people who understood, who saw the truth, and they were going to fight alongside me. Scientific assessment, Director Hayes' voice crackled over the comms. What's our window? Ma'am, the entity's regeneration is accelerating rapidly. A new voice, a nervous male voice, replied. In approximately 5 minutes, it will reach 50% recomposition. At that point, its energy signature will spike, and we anticipate a full manifestation within 10 to 12 minutes. 5 minutes, Hayes repeated, her voice grim. Alpha team move, Ranger Jess lead the way. We moved. Agent Miller took point, his rifle at the ready. I was second, my utility knife clutched in my hand, the familiar cold steel a small comfort. The 4 other agents formed a tight perimeter around us. We approached the lighthouse main door, the hastily painted over gouge now looking like a fresh wound. The gate was forced and the main door was open when I arrived, I whispered to Miller. It can manipulate structures. Understood, he responded, his eyes scanning for anomalies. Containment Beta, clear a path. Scientific assessment, monitor energy fluctuations. Report any spikes. The air grew heavier, colder, the metallic tang burning in my nose. The mournful chant of the children intensified, a chorus of despair that clawed at my mind. The green glow at the base of the lighthouse pulsed violently, the yellow beam from above a constant, sickly source of power. Agent Miller pushed open the heavy steel door. The interior of the lighthouse was a maelstrom of oppressive cold and static electricity. The spiral staircase loomed, a dizzying ascent into the unknown. Movement on the ground floor, one of the agents reported, his weapon swinging towards the shadows. From the swirling currents of cold and shadow, faint, spectral forms began to coalesce. Not the children this time. These were amorphous, shadowy figures, less defined but radiating a palpable sense of hostility. They swirled and twisted, blocking the base of the staircase. Lesser manifestations, Director Hayes's voice came over our comms. They're attempting to protect the anchor. Suppress them, but do not engage directly if avoidable. Your priority is the shutoff. Understood, Miller barked. Suppress, Ranger, stay behind me. The agents opened fire, not with bullets, but with something else. Streams of intense, focused light, almost like directed laser beams, shot out from their rifles. The spectral forms shrieked, a sound of pure agony that resonated through the stone and momentarily recoiled, dissipating into wisps of shadow. What was that? I asked, startled. Plasma suppressors, Miller explained, not taking his eyes off the swirling shadows. Disrupts their energy signature, doesn't destroy them, but it buys us time. Go. We surged forward up the spiral staircase. Each step was a battle against the rising cold, the oppressive pressure, the mournful cries that assaulted my mind. The static electricity crackled around us, making my hair stand on end. Energy spike, the scientific assessment voice reported over comms. It's reaching 40% recomposition, estimated 2 minutes to 50%. Faster, Hayes urged. We ascended rapidly, the agents moving with practiced efficiency, their suppressors ready. Every few landings, new spectral forms, vaguely humanoid, would emerge, attempting to block our path. The agents would unleash their plasma bursts, momentarily scattering them, and we would push through. My head throbbed, my throat ached, and the chilling grip of the creature's previous attack lingered. But I forced myself onward, fueled by the desperate hope of freeing the children, of stopping this ancient horror. We reached the lantern room door. It was still open, the opening a black void from where I had stumbled out. The cold, the metallic tang, and the cacophony of spectral wails intensified drastically. Get ready, Miller commanded. Suppressors on full, Ranger, stick to me. We burst into the lantern room. The sight was even more chaotic than I remembered. The entire room was a swirling vortex of shimmering cold, crackling static, and the pervasive metallic tang. The immense Fresnel lens, still unpowered, seemed to hum with residual energy. And directly in front of the lens, where I had first encountered the creature, a dense, swirling cloud of greenish vapor was pulsing, churning, growing larger. It was almost fully formed now, a grotesque, towering figure, still translucent, but its contours were sharper, its spindly limbs more defined, its void-like face beginning to take shape. And within it, the dozens of tiny, sad eyes flickered, more visible now, radiating unimaginable sorrow. It's almost fully recomposed, Director Hayes's voice was urgent. Cut the power, Jess, now. Miller and his team immediately laid down suppressing fire, not at the main creature, but at the lesser, shadowy manifestations that were forming around it, guarding it. Plasma bursts tore through the air, sending waves of raw energy into the swirling shadows, buying us precious seconds. The control panel, I yelled, pointing to the brass and glass console I had slammed against. The emergency shutoff is there. I scrambled past the agents, dodging a fresh wave of spectral shadows towards the control panel. My hands, despite their tremor, instinctively went for the familiar lever. It was cold, slick with condensation, but I found the mechanism. Just as my fingers wrapped around the lever, the regenerating creature let out a low, guttural growl, not in my mind this time, but a physical sound that vibrated through the room, shaking the floor. Its glowing green eyes, now fully formed within the void of its face, snapped open, fixing on me with ancient, malevolent fury. "Foolish ranger, you cannot stop what has begun." Its voice boomed in my mind, sharper, stronger than before, resonating with renewed power. It extended a spindly arm not towards me, but towards the agents who were suppressing its guardians. The plasma bursts which had been scattering the shadowy forms suddenly wavered, then fizzled out. The agents' weapons sputtered uselessly. "Suppressors offline," Miller yelled, his voice laced with frustration. "It's jamming our energy, fall back." The lesser manifestations surged forward, no longer deterred by the plasma. The agents were forced to retreat, their weapons now useless. The creature's attention, however, remained primarily on me. It took a slow, deliberate step towards me, its form solidifying with every movement. The air around it crackled with raw, untamed power. The sad eyes of the children within it flickered wildly, their silent cries in my mind rising to a crescendo of despair. I grasped the lever, gritting my teeth. It was stiff, resistant, as if fighting me, as if the lighthouse itself didn't want its power cut. My earlier struggle had been desperate, but now it felt like I was trying to move a mountain. "Jess, pull the lever," Miller screamed, now struggling with one of the shadowy forms. The creature lunged. Its speed was terrifying, far greater than I remembered. I didn't have time to react, to move, to even scream. Its clawed hand shot out, not aiming for my throat this time, but for the lever itself to rip it from my grasp. Instinct took over. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I threw myself forward, putting all my weight into the pull. My muscles screamed in protest. The lever groaned, grated, then, with a deafening crack that echoed through the lantern room, it finally gave way. Darkness. The yellow beam from the top of the lighthouse vanished. The green glow at the base, visible through the floor panels, immediately flickered, then began to recede, dimming, shrinking. The hum from beneath the ground sputtered, then died. The creature froze, its spindly hand inches from the lever, its glowing green eyes wide with shock and fury. The metallic tang in the air wavered, the static electricity died down, and the oppressive cold lessened, though it was still biting. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the heavy breathing of the agents and the frantic beat of my own heart. But it wasn't over. The creature, though stunned, was far from defeated. Its form, which had been solidifying, began to flicker violently, distorting at the edges, as if struggling to hold itself together without its power source. Greenish vapor, like before, began to stream from its body, thicker now, swirling around it. It roared, a raw, primeval sound of pure agony and rage that tore through my mind, making me clench my eyes shut. "You have doomed them all," it shrieked, its mental voice a fragmented, agonized whisper. The sad eyes within its form flickered, a wave of profound despair washing over me, not from the creature, but from the children themselves. They were still trapped. And now the creature was losing control, fragmenting, and they were still inside it. It's breaking down, Director Hayes's voice crackled through the comms, filled with a grim urgency. But it's still dangerous. Scientific assessment, what's its energy signature? Unstable, ma'am, the scientist replied, fluctuating wildly. It's pulling energy from its internal reserves, trying to maintain cohesion, but it's losing. The creature thrashed, its body convulsing. It seemed to shrink, pulling in on itself, the greenish vapor forming a thick, choking cloud around it. The spectral children's eyes flickered like dying embers within the dissipating form. Then a new sound, a high-pitched caning, a sound of profound anguish, not from the creature but from the children, and within my mind a fresh wave of their collective despair, of their longing for freedom. They were in pain, they were being consumed. A cold, hard resolve settled over me. I had to do more. I couldn't let them suffer. I couldn't let their sacrifice be in vain. My knife, it had hurt it before. It's vulnerable, I yelled, pulling my knife from my pocket. It's weak, we can hurt it. Agent Miller, who had managed to disengage from the shadowy forms, now uselessly sputtering around, looked at me, his eyes wide. Ranger Jess, what are you doing? I ignored him. Clutching the knife, I surged forward towards the struggling, dissipating form of the creature. Its green eyes, now duller, wider with pain, fixed on me. N-O-O-O-O, it screamed in my mind, a pathetic, dying wail. I plunged the knife forward, aiming for the center of its dissipating mass, for the core of its being. The blade sank into the swirling green vapor, not into solid flesh, but into something viscous, something that resisted, then gave way. This time there was no roar. Only a prolonged, agonizing shriek, a sound of utter despair and dissolution that resonated through the very fabric of reality. The creature convulsed violently, its form flickering, distorting, shrinking rapidly. The greenish vapor poured from it, not as a controlled leak, but as a torrent, dissolving into nothingness. And as the creature dissolved, something else happened. The pinpricks of light, the sad eyes of the children, surged forward, no longer trapped, no longer part of the dissolving entity. Dozens of them, small, shimmering forms, burst free from the creature's fading body like butterflies from a chrysalis. They swirled around me, around the lantern room, radiating a frantic, almost euphoric energy. The cold intensified, but it was different. It wasn't the draining, oppressive cold of the creature, but a vibrant, charged chill like a jolt of pure life force. And as they passed through me, over me, I felt it again. A cascade of emotions, stronger this time. Not just fear and sorrow, but overwhelming relief, profound gratitude, and a soaring, joyous freedom. They were free. The creature's last, dying shriek faded into a faint, high-pitched caning, then into absolute silence. Its green eyes winked out. Its towering, monstrous form dissolved entirely, leaving only swirling wisps of metallic-smelling vapor that dissipated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The lantern room was suddenly still. The air was no longer thick with metallic tang, but cool, clean, and crisp. The static electricity was gone. The cold receded, leaving only the normal chill of the late night. The dozens of spectral children, no longer bound, swirled around the room, their forms shimmering, translucent, but now radiating a soft, gentle light. Their silent cries in my mind were gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace. They didn't just vanish, they drifted. upwards towards the glass dome of the lantern room, towards the sky. Like silent, ethereal doves taking flight, they paused at the very top, their collective light intensifying, coalescing into a single radiant beacon of pure, gentle energy. Then, with a silent, beautiful flash, they were gone, vanished, not consumed, not trapped, but truly free. A profound sense of peace washed over me, replacing the terror, the rage, the exhaustion. A wave of shared joy, of quiet gratitude, settled in my heart. The children were finally at rest. I stood there trembling, my knife still clutched in my hand, tears streaming down my face. The weight of what had just transpired was almost unbearable. Behind me, Agent Miller and his team, along with Director Hayes's voice over comms, broke the silence. "Report." Hayes's voice was sharp, urgent, though tinged with something I couldn't quite identify, awe, perhaps, or stunned disbelief. "What happened? What was that energy spike? The readings are off the charts, then nothing." Miller, his face pale, slowly lowered his rifle. He looked from the now empty space where the creature had been to the clear glass dome where the children had ascended, then to me. "Ma'am," he said, his voice hushed, "the ranger, she cut the power, and then she engaged the entity directly. She destroyed it. And the biosignatures, ma'am, they're gone, completely. But there was a massive ascension like nothing we've ever recorded." Director Hayes was silent for a long moment. Then her voice, though still firm, held a new, thoughtful quality. "Ranger Jess, can you confirm?" I finally found my voice, hoarse and raw. "It's gone, the anchor is gone, and the children, they're free." A new silence descended, not of terror, but of profound understanding. They had seen it. They had witnessed the impossible. Director Hayes finally spoke, her voice regaining its usual steel. "All right, Miller, secure the lantern room. Scientific assessment, full spectral sweep of the entire lighthouse structure. I want every inch analyzed. I want to know if there's any residual energy, any remaining trace. Containment teams maintain perimeter. Agent Thorne dispatch medical. Ranger Jess needs immediate attention." As agents moved in, their faces still etched with awe and disbelief, I felt my legs finally give out. I sank to the cold stone floor, my body aching, my mind reeling, but a deep, profound sense of quiet triumph settling over me. It was over, for now. Agent Miller knelt beside me, his usual stoic demeanor replaced by something akin to respect. "Ranger Jess, you did it. You saved them." I could only nod, tears still flowing freely. The next few hours were a blur of medical checks, debriefings, and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. The FBI agents, led by Director Hayes, were thorough, relentless. They questioned me about every detail, every sensation, every word the creature had uttered in my mind. They took my sample, my camera, everything, but this time they didn't dismiss it. They listened. They believed. Director Hayes herself debriefed me for hours. She was a formidable woman, clearly accustomed to dealing with the unexplainable. "Ranger Jess," she said, her eyes fixed on mine, "what you experienced, what you did tonight is beyond anything in standard protocol. These anchors, as we call them, are incredibly rare, incredibly dangerous. We have theories, historical data, but direct engagement and dissolution is almost unheard of. You demonstrated remarkable courage and a unique connection to the phenomenon." "The children," I whispered, the image of their soaring forms still vivid in my mind. "They really are free." Hayes nodded slowly. "Our spectral analysis confirms it. The residual biosignatures, the energy readings that indicated their presence, are gone completely. We've never seen an ascension like that. Usually, when an anchor is defeated, its victims are consumed entirely. Whatever you did, Ranger, you achieved something truly extraordinary. They helped me, I insisted. The spectral boy, he told me to run. They formed a barrier around me. They gave me a chance. Perhaps, Hayes mused, a flicker of something in her eyes. Perhaps your presence, your willingness to fight for them, awakened something within them. A collective will, a defiance of their tormentor. Whatever the cause, the result is undeniable. You freed them. The thought was a balm to my battered soul. I had not just survived, I had, with their help, achieved something good, something meaningful. What now? I asked. Is it really gone for good? Director Hayes's expression turned grim. The anchor, the entity that manifested here tonight, yes, its energy signature has dissipated completely. We'll be deploying advanced containment and monitoring systems around the lighthouse, around the entire Whispering Bluffs area, just in case. But the entity itself, it's gone. However, she paused, her gaze distant. The problem of the sea eaters, the anchors themselves, is far from over. This particular event, Ranger, confirmed much of what we only had in fragmented reports. It revealed the extent of their capabilities, their method of feeding, their weakness, and your unique ability to interact with them. My unique ability, the words echoed in my mind. What did that mean? My ability, I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. You wounded it, Hayes explained, leaning forward slightly. With a mundane object, but you channeled something through it, and you understood its nature in a way few others can. Your mind, Ranger Jess, appears to be uniquely attuned to these phenomena, and that makes you incredibly valuable and incredibly vulnerable. A cold dread coiled in my gut once more. Valuable, vulnerable. My life as a simple park ranger watching over trees and trails was irrevocably over. We want you to join us, Ranger Jess, Director Hayes stated, her voice leaving no room for argument. We call ourselves the Veil Wardens. We operate outside of conventional government agencies dedicated to containing, understanding, and if necessary, neutralizing these anchor phenomena. Your experience tonight is invaluable. Your abilities, whatever they are unprecedented. We need you. The Veil Wardens, a clandestine organization battling unseen horrors. It sounded like something out of a science fiction novel, yet I had just lived it. I looked around the sterile debriefing room. Outside, the world was going about its usual business, oblivious to the battle that had just been fought, to the ancient evil that had been laid to rest, to the souls that had been freed. And I, Jess, the park ranger, was being asked to step into that hidden war. A wave of exhaustion, profound and bone-deep, washed over me. I was tired, hurt, emotionally drained. But beneath it all, a spark of defiance, a sense of purpose, ignited. I had seen the truth, I had fought, and I had helped. I couldn't unsee what I had seen. I couldn't unlearn what I now knew. What about my life? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My job, my cabin. Hayes gave me a small, almost imperceptible smile. Your cabin will be secured, Ranger. As for your job, you'll be reassigned to us. You'll undergo extensive training. You'll learn what we know. You'll learn to control whatever it is you did tonight, and you'll be instrumental in protecting others from these threats. Protecting others, the words resonated with me. The image of the spectral children, their silent pleas, their desperate struggle for freedom flashed in my mind. I couldn't turn away from that. I wouldn't. I took a deep breath, the decision already made in my heart. "All right, Director Hayes," I said, my voice firm, resolute. "I'll join your Vale Wardens, but I have one condition." Hayes raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in her otherwise stoic expression. "And what is that, Ranger?" "I want to know everything," I stated, meeting her gaze. "Every secret, every detail about these anchors, about the Sea Eaters, about the Vale Wardens. I need to understand what I'm up against. What we're up against. I'm not going into this blind." Director Hayes studied me for a long moment, a slow, knowing smile finally gracing her lips. "Fair enough, Ranger Jess. Welcome to the Vale Wardens. Your training begins immediately, but first, get some rest. You've earned it." As I was finally led to a secure facility for rest and medical evaluation, my mind raced. The world had just expanded into something vast, terrifying, and profoundly real. My life was no longer my own, but tied to an ancient, unseen war. I was no longer just Ranger Jess, I was something more, and the journey had just begun. The quiet hum of advanced air filtration systems replaced the mournful cries of spectral children, the sterile scent of antiseptic overriding the metallic tang of the creature. My immediate aftermath was indeed a blur. They whisked me away from the lighthouse in one of their black SUVs, the windows so darkly tinted that the pre-dawn world outside was nothing more than a fleeting shadow. I remember a brief, intense medical scan in the back of the vehicle, a cool, gentle hand on my forehead, and then the blessed oblivion of a sedative. I woke in a bed softer than any I'd ever known, in a room that felt utterly devoid of outside noise. The walls were a calming, neutral gray, the lighting diffused and warm. For a moment my mind, still hazy from the sedative, struggled to reconcile the serene environment with the raw horror I had so recently endured. Then the memories crashed back, a wave of terror, grief, and a strange, quiet triumph. The anchor, the children, my knife. A gentle chime sounded, and a door I hadn't noticed slid open silently. A woman in crisp white scrubs entered, carrying a tray with what smelled like a fragrant herbal tea and a light meal. She had a kind, unlined face and calm eyes. "Welcome back, Ranger Jess," she said, her voice soft. "How are you feeling?" "Ranger Jess," I mumbled, my throat dry. "Just Jess is fine." I pushed myself up, my muscles protesting, but the pervasive ache was duller than before. "Where am I?" "You're in a secure medical facility," she replied, setting the tray on a bedside table. "You've been resting for nearly 12 hours. Your vitals are excellent, and your minor injuries are healing well. The concussion is nearly resolved. You're quite resilient, Jess." I stared at the tea, then at the woman. "The Vale Wardens." She nodded. "Yes, my name is Dr. Eris. I'm part of the medical and psychological support team here. Director Hayes asked me to make sure you're comfortable before your debriefing this evening." I'd been out for a whole day. The thought was disorienting. "The lighthouse, the entity, is it really gone?" I asked, my voice still raspy. Dr. Eris gave me a reassuring smile. "It is, completely. There's no residual energy signature. The area has been declared inert, though monitoring will continue indefinitely. What you did was truly remarkable, Jess. You saved those children." Her words brought a fresh wave of emotion, but this time it was pure relief, pure peace. A single tear escaped, tracing a path down my temple. Dr. Eris simply nodded, understanding. "Take your time, drink your tea," she said gently. I'll be back in an hour to check on you, and then Agent Thorne will escort you for your first full briefing with Director Hayes. I spent the next hour alone, drinking the tea, which was indeed soothing, and eating the surprisingly delicious light meal. My mind, now clear, replayed the entire encounter, but without the paralyzing fear. I saw the creature's malevolence, yes, but also the children's desperate pleas, their eventual ascension, and the profound peace that followed. It was a harrowing memory, but also a strangely beautiful one. Agent Thorne arrived promptly an hour later. He seemed less stern, almost respectful, as he led me down hushed, well-lit corridors. The facility was expansive, modern, yet subtly camouflaged. It felt like a hidden city beneath the earth, humming with quiet efficiency. There were other people, too, moving with purpose, all dressed in similar dark, functional clothing or lab coats. They looked at me with a mixture of curiosity and something akin to quiet awe, clearly having been briefed on my recent actions. We entered a large, circular debriefing room. Director Hayes was already there, seated at a polished black table, a tablet glowing faintly in front of her. Agent Miller and several other agents and scientists were also present, their expressions serious. Jess, Director Hayes greeted, her voice calm and authoritative. "Please have a seat. How are you feeling?" "Better, ma'am," I replied, taking the chair Thorne indicated. "Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Aris. The tea was excellent." Hayes gave a faint nod. "Good, we have much to discuss. As promised, you will know everything, or at least everything we can safely impart at this stage. Agent Miller, if you would begin with a comprehensive analysis of the anchor event at Whispering Bluffs." Agent Miller stood, a professional calm restored to his demeanor. He clicked a button on the table, and a holographic projection shimmered into existence above us, a detailed topographical map of the coastline, centered on the lighthouse. "All right, Jess, we've compiled a full analysis of the entity you encountered, now officially designated Anchor 7 Whispering Bluffs. Based on your testimony, our sensor readings, and historical data, we believe this anchor was a Class III interdimensional predatory entity, highly evolved for energy and soul absorption." He gestured, and the projection zoomed in on the lighthouse. Our preliminary assessment indicates the lighthouse itself, built on a strong ley line convergence and near a geothermally active fault, acted as a powerful natural conduit. When the Coast Guard reactivated its full power, they unknowingly charged this conduit, creating an opening for the anchor to manifest. A shudder ran through me, unknowingly. How many other places were like this? The entity, once manifested, leveraged the lighthouse's beam to amplify its reach, drawing in any susceptible life forms within range. In this case, the Miller family and any residual lost souls in the vicinity. Its primary method of sustenance is psychophysical energy absorption, essentially consuming souls and life force. The metallic tang you experienced, the cold, the shimmering distortion, these are all symptoms of its presence, its manipulation of local physics to facilitate its manifestation and feeding. Miller paused, looking at me. Your initial encounter in the lantern room, your brave act of shutting down the light, severely disrupted its energy intake. The wound you inflicted, while seemingly minor, was critical. The plasma suppressors we use are designed to disrupt the energy signatures of these entities, but a direct physical wound from a tool imbued with sufficient intent and will, especially one where the entity draws on physical energies, can be devastating. You forced it to retreat and attempt regeneration from a lower, less protected nexus point, the base of the lighthouse, where the ley lines were strongest. The children, I interjected, the spectral forms, they were trapped inside it. Were they being consumed? Director Hayes answered this time, her voice grave. Yes, Jess, they were. Most anchors completely consume their victims, leaving no trace. The residual biosignatures we detected were unusual. They indicated a form of stasis, a delayed consumption. This suggests a unique aspect of Anchor 7, or perhaps a temporary effect of your intervention. Their ascension, as Miller termed it, after you struck the final blow, was unprecedented. It indicates that you didn't just defeat the anchor, you severed its link to those souls, allowing them to finally move on. A truly unique outcome. And the Sea Eater's legend, I asked. Our historical archives confirm countless similar legends globally, Miller continued. Ancient civilizations, often primitive, had no scientific explanation for these phenomena, so they attributed them to spiritual entities. Sea eaters, sky drinkers, soul devourers, the names vary, but the description of what they do and the conditions under which they appear are eerily consistent. This particular anchor has likely been making opportunistic appearances for centuries, if not millennia, along this coast. The lighthouse simply gave it a new, powerful means of manifestation. Director Hayes took over, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. This brings us to the Veil Wardens. We are an extra-governmental agency operating globally, dedicated to containing and neutralizing these interdimensional threats. Our existence is classified at the highest level. To the world, we are nothing. To the few who glimpse the truth, we are an urban myth. To the anchors, we are their silent, relentless enemy. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. We were founded in the late 19th century, in response to a surge in unexplained disappearances and supernatural phenomena that coincided with the Industrial Revolution and the expansion of global infrastructure. We quickly realized that many of these events weren't ghosts or demons, but something far more alien, something that transcended our understanding of reality. We called them veil breaches and the entities that crossed over, anchors, because they tether themselves to our reality through specific focal points. Our mission is threefold: detect, contain, and neutralize. We monitor potential veil breaches, often disguised as natural disasters, energy fluctuations, or even mass psychological events. We then deploy containment teams, like the ones you saw last night, to prevent civilian exposure and mitigate the threat. And finally, if containment fails, we neutralize the anchor. It's a constant, silent war fought on the edges of perception. Our funding comes from discrete channels, Hayes continued, a wry twist to her lips. And our personnel are drawn from every walk of life. Scientists, linguists, engineers, military specialists, former intelligence agents. And now, Jess, a park ranger with an uncanny ability to interact with these entities. My unique ability, the words I'd been waiting for. Jess, Hayes said, leaning forward, her eyes locked on mine. Your connection to Anchor 7 was profound. You sensed it, you heard it, you were physically affected by its presence in ways that went beyond typical human physiological responses. And you inflicted a wound that was disproportionately effective, not just physically, but energetically, to an entity that defies conventional harm. Our initial hypothesis is that your inherent psych-sensory awareness is significantly higher than baseline. You are, for lack of a better term, more attuned to the frequencies these entities operate on. What does that mean? I asked, a mix of apprehension and curiosity stirring within me. It means you can perceive aspects of their existence that others cannot, Hayes explained. The whispers, the direct communication into your mind, that's a direct psych link, something only a very small percentage of individuals have ever experienced, and usually at great personal cost. It also suggests a latent capacity to manipulate those same psych energies. Your intent, your sheer will to fight back and to free those children, manifested as a resonant frequency that disrupted the anchor's own energy field. That's why your knife was so effective. It wasn't just steel, it was a conduit for your amplified will. A conduit for my will. It sounded fantastical, yet it explained everything I had experienced. The power I felt in that moment, the raw determination to protect. This attunement makes you both incredibly valuable to us and extremely vulnerable, Hayes reiterated, her voice serious. These entities are drawn to powerful psych-sensory individuals. You are a beacon to them. But if we can train you, if we can help you understand and control this ability, you could become one of our most potent assets. The implications were staggering. My whole life I'd thought myself ordinary. Now I was a beacon to interdimensional predators with a latent psychic ability that could fight them. What kind of training? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Everything, Hayes affirmed. Psychological conditioning to shield your mind from their influence, physical training to hone your reflexes and endurance, intensive theoretical courses on interdimensional physics, xenolinguistics, energy manipulation, and veil warden protocols. And most critically, we will help you explore and control your psych-sensory abilities. This will be a long, arduous process, Jess. It will reshape who you are. You won't be alone, Agent Miller added, a rare, almost gentle look in his eyes. We all have unique skills, unique weaknesses. We protect each other. We are a family in our own strange way. The weight of their mission, of my new purpose, settled heavily on me. This wasn't just a new job, it was a new existence. My old life, my quiet cabin, my love for the park, they were still there, but they felt distant, like memories from another lifetime. All right, I said, taking a deep breath. I'm in, show me everything. The next few weeks were a dizzying immersion into the world of the Veil Wardens. My life became a meticulously scheduled regimen of physical conditioning, theoretical study, and psychological debriefing. The facility, which I soon learned was designated Outpost Omega, was a marvel of hidden technology and specialized personnel. It was largely underground, burrowed deep beneath a remote mountainous region, accessible only through heavily guarded, camouflaged entrances. My days began early. A nutritionist monitored my diet, ensuring I had the energy for the intense physical training that followed. I worked with combat instructors, learning advanced hand-to-hand techniques, evasive maneuvers, and the proper handling of their specialized weaponry, including the plasma suppressors. These weapons, I discovered, were not meant to kill, but to disrupt an anchor's energy field, forcing it back to its dimension or stunning it long enough for full containment. Their effectiveness against lesser manifestations, as I had seen, was undeniable. But it was the theoretical and psychological training that truly expanded my mind. I spent hours in holographic classrooms, absorbing information about interdimensional physics, the subtle signs of veil breaches, and the complex classifications of anchors. I learned about Class I entities, which were minor energy drains, often mistaken for localized poltergeist activity, and Class IVs, which were reality-bending monstrosities capable of widespread destruction and societal collapse. Anchor 7, the Sea Eater, was a dangerous Class III. They had case files, two terrifying stories of anchors manifesting in crowded cities, in deep-sea trenches, even in outer space. The wardens had learned to detect the subtle pre-manifestation symptoms: localized gravity fluctuations, electromagnetic interference, sudden drops in temperature, and the unsettling metallic tang that I now recognized. The psychological training was intense. Dr. Eris was always present, guiding me through meditation techniques designed to build mental fortitude and shield my mind from external influences. I learned to recognize the subtle psychic static that preceded an anchor's appearance, to filter out their whispers, and to reinforce my own mental barriers. It was exhausting work, like trying to wrestle a storm into a teacup. Your brain is like a highly sensitive antenna, Jess, Dr. Eris explained one afternoon, her voice calm as she guided me through a complex visualization exercise. Most people have their antennas tuned to a narrow band, the mundane frequencies of our reality. Yours is wider, more open. We need to teach you how to control that sensitivity, how to point your antenna, how to filter out the noise, and how to project your own signal. The most intriguing aspect of my training, however, was the development of my attunement. They called it psychic resonance manifestation, or PRM. I spent hours in a specialized chamber, a Faraday cage designed to minimize external interference, working with a PRM specialist named Dr. Jian Lee. Dr. Lee was a quiet, unassuming man with startlingly intelligent eyes. He explained that my ability to imbue an object with my will to make the knife effectively cut an interdimensional entity was a rare form of energy channeling. We believe it's a form of focused psychokinesis, Jess, Dr. Lee explained, showing me schematics on a screen. You're not moving objects with your mind, not yet anyway. You're resonating with them, imbuing them with a directed energy that disrupts the anchor's own psychophysical construct. It's like striking a tuning fork, then touching it to another one, and making that second one vibrate in sympathy, but with enough force to cause structural fatigue. My initial exercises were simple. I tried to focus my will on a small, inert crystal, imagining a surge of energy flowing from my mind through my body and into the object. At first, nothing happened. Then, after days of frustrating attempts, I felt a faint warmth in my hands, a subtle thrumming in the crystal. "That's it, Jess," Dr. Lee exclaimed, his eyes alight. "You're resonating. Now try to direct it. Try to make it pulse." It was excruciatingly difficult. It felt like trying to grab smoke to force a thought into physical manifestation. But slowly, painstakingly, I began to make progress. The crystal would shimmer faintly or emit a barely perceptible warmth. One day, I managed to make it vibrate so strongly that it produced a faint, high-pitched hum. "Extraordinary," Dr. Lee murmured, making notes. "The speed of your development is unprecedented. You have a natural affinity for this, Jess. You are a true resonator." My evenings were dedicated to debriefings with Director Hayes and Agent Miller, reviewing new intelligence reports and participating in tactical simulations. I learned about other current anchor threats: a Class II in the Amazon basin causing localized climate anomalies, a suspected Class I in a remote Antarctic research station leading to severe psychological distress among personnel. The global scale of their operation was immense. During one such evening, Director Hayes addressed my concerns about my old life. "Your cabin has been secured and inventoried. All your personal belongings are safe, being stored in a secure location. Your disappearance has been attributed to a stress-related medical leave, followed by a quiet transfer to a remote, classified government research facility due to your unique skill set. It's a plausible cover story. Your old life, as you knew it, is effectively over, Jess. But a new one has begun." The transition was hard. I missed the quiet solitude of the forest, the familiar scent of pine, the rhythmic sounds of the ocean. My body ached, my mind was constantly stretched to its limits, and the weight of what I knew, the invisible war I was now part of, was a constant burden. But there was also a fierce sense of purpose. The images of the spectral children, freed and ascending, fueled me. I was fighting for them and for all the others. One afternoon, a month into my training, Director Hayes called me to her office. It was a spacious, minimalist room with a large, holographic display dominating one wall. She sat behind a sleek, metallic desk, her expression as unreadable as ever. "Jess," she began, her gaze direct, "your progress has been exceptional. Your physical conditioning is on par with our field agents, your theoretical knowledge is solid, and your PRM abilities are developing at an astonishing rate. Dr. Lee believes you'll soon be able to project controlled psychenergetic bursts, potentially even without a physical conduit." I felt a surge of pride, but also apprehension. "What does that mean, Director?" "It means you're ready for your first field assignment," she stated, her voice firm. "We have a developing situation. A Class II anchor, designated Anchor 9 Silent Peaks, operating in a remote mountain range in the Pacific Northwest. We've been monitoring it for months, but the situation is escalating." The holographic display flickered, and a detailed map of a rugged, snow-capped mountain range appeared. Local reports indicate increased disappearances among hikers and climbers, strange lights, unexplained atmospheric phenomena, and a pervasive, localized feeling of dread. Our sensor readings confirm significant energy fluctuations, gravity anomalies, and faint psych signatures consistent with anchor activity. "A Class II," I mused, remembering my lessons. "So less powerful than Anchor 7, but still dangerous." "Precisely," Hayes confirmed. "It's a different classification, too. We believe Anchor 9 is a shadow anchor, feeding on fear and negative emotions and potentially manifesting illusions or localized temporal distortions. Its purpose is to draw prey into isolated regions for consumption, rather than broadcasting its presence like a light anchor." "What's the objective?" I asked, my heart hammering with a mixture of excitement and fear. "Reconnaissance and initial containment," Hayes replied. "Agent Miller will lead the primary response team. You will be assigned to his team. Your role will be to use your developing attunement to locate the anchor's nexus point, identify its specific method of feeding, and aid in its containment. You'll be equipped with an advanced psych shielding suit, standard Veil Warden field gear, and a new prototype PRM amplifier." She gestured to a corner of the room. A sleek, form-fitting suit of dark, flexible material hung on a mannequin. It looked like advanced tactical gear, but I knew it was far more. Next to it on a stand was a long, slender staff made of a dark, metallic alloy, intricately etched with glowing blue lines. "This is your amplifier," Hayes explained, tapping the staff on the projection. "It's designed to channel and magnify your PRM abilities. Think of it as a finely tuned extension of your will. Dr. Lee believes it will allow you to project more potent, directed psych energy. Your knife was effective, but this staff will be exponentially more so." I walked over to the staff, reaching out to touch its cool, smooth surface. A faint tingle, a familiar hum, resonated through my fingertips. It felt right, like an extension of myself. "This isn't just a test of your abilities, Jess," Hayes said, her voice serious. "This is real. You are a warden now. You're part of the tip of the spear. Are you ready?" I looked at the staff, then back at Director Hayes. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was tempered by the training, by the knowledge, and by the fierce resolve to make a difference. The children of Whispering Bluffs had given me a purpose. I wouldn't let them down. "I'm ready, Director," I affirmed, my voice steady. "When do we leave?" "Deployment is in 48 hours, she stated. "Use the time to familiarize yourself with the gear and the mission parameters. Agent Miller will be your primary contact." The next 2 days were a blur of preparation. I spent hours in the simulator, practicing with the PRM amplifier, learning to channel my psych energy through it to create focused bursts that could disrupt holographic anchor projections. It was like learning a new language, one of pure will and intent, but the staff made it feel more intuitive, more powerful. Agent Miller, now my team leader, briefed me extensively on the Silent Peaks mission. He was a veteran of many anchor engagements, and his calm, methodical approach instilled a measure of confidence. He introduced me to the rest of the team: Agent Lena Petrova, a sharpshooter and infiltration specialist, and Agent Ben Carter, a tech expert and comms specialist. They were all hardened, professional, and utterly dedicated to the mission. They also treated me with a respect that was both humbling and encouraging. "Jess, your primary role is reconnaissance and early warning," Miller explained, pointing to a topographical map of the Silent Peaks. "We'll establish a base camp at this coordinates. From there, you'll use your attunement to pinpoint the anchor's exact location and, more importantly, its feeding ground where it draws its victims. We suspect it's deep within the mountain's core, possibly in an ancient ice cave system. The shadow anchor classification means it preys on fear and isolation," Lena added, her voice crisp. "It won't make itself obvious. It'll lure people in, play with their minds, then consume them in the dark." "Our plasma suppressors will still work," Carter explained, showing me a modified version of the weapon. "But against a shadow anchor, psychological defense is just as important. Your psych shielding suit has enhanced mental dampeners, and your staff, if you can project effectively, should be highly disruptive to its illusions." I wore the specialized suit for extended periods, getting accustomed to its weight and flexibility. It was woven with advanced psych-shielding fibers that felt like a second skin, providing both physical protection and a subtle, almost comforting mental barrier. The PRM amplifier, my staff, felt like a natural extension of my arm. I felt a growing sense of confidence, tempered by the stark reality of the threat. Finally, the day of deployment arrived. We boarded a specialized VTOL aircraft, its sleek black exterior blending seamlessly with the pre-dawn sky. The interior was utilitarian, filled with specialized equipment and the quiet hum of advanced engines. The team was silent, focused, each performing their pre-flight checks. I sat beside Miller, my staff resting against my knee, a strange cocktail of nerves and readiness churning within me. As the VTOL lifted off, soaring silently into the clouds, I looked out at the fading lights of Outpost Omega, disappearing into the vast wilderness. My old life was truly behind me now. I was a warden, and I was heading into the Silent Peaks to face another unknown horror. The flight to the Pacific Northwest was long, punctuated by periods of quiet contemplation and thorough review of mission parameters. The VTOL flew high, cruising above the clouds, making the journey swift and discreet. Agent Miller, ever the professional, used the time to go over various contingency plans, testing our knowledge of anchor behaviors and response protocols. Lena kept her rifle meticulously clean, her movements precise and economical. Carter meticulously checked his communication arrays, his fingers flying over holographic interfaces. I spent most of the journey familiarizing myself with my new gear, feeling the contours of my psych shielding suit, testing the balance of my PRM amplifier. The staff felt more and more like a part of me, a repository of focused intent waiting to be unleashed. I practiced the mental exercises Dr. Eris had taught me, building my mental walls, readying my antenna for the subtle frequencies of the anchor. As we approached the Silent Peaks region, the atmosphere within the VTOL grew perceptibly tenser. The sky below us was a vast, unbroken expanse of jagged, snow-capped mountains, stretching as far as the eye could see. There was an unnerving quiet about them, an ancient, brooding presence that seemed to whisper of forgotten things. Dropping into the LZ in T-minus 10 minutes, the pilot's calm voice announced over the comms, "Prepare for deployment." "All right, team," Miller said, his voice low and steady. "This is it. Remember the briefing. Establish base camp, deploy perimeter sensors. Jess, as soon as we're stable, I need you to initiate a full psych scan. Lena, provide overwatch and security. Carter, get our comms array up and running and start monitoring local energy fluctuations." We landed silently in a secluded valley, sheltered from the biting mountain winds by towering rock formations. The cold was immediate and intense, far colder than the cabin at Whispering Bluffs. It was a dry, piercing cold that seemed to seep into the very marrow of my bones. "Deploying now," Miller ordered, unlatching his harness. The ramp lowered with a hiss, revealing a landscape of stark, majestic beauty, yet one that held an ominous undertone. The air was thin, crisp, and utterly silent. There were no birds, no rustling of unseen creatures, just the howl of the wind echoing between the peaks, a lonely, desolate sound. We moved with practiced efficiency. Lena immediately took up a vantage point on a nearby ridge, her rifle scanning the desolate terrain. Carter began deploying a series of small, dish-like sensors that would form our communication and monitoring network. Miller and I set about establishing the base camp, erecting a camouflaged, insulated dome tent designed for extreme weather conditions. As I worked, the subtle changes began. The cold intensified, not just physically, but psychically, a pervasive sense of loneliness and isolation. My skin prickled with an unfamiliar static, and I felt a faint pressure behind my eyes as if an invisible hand was pressing against my skull. "I'm feeling something," I reported to Miller, my voice hushed. "It's different from Anchor 7, less metallic, more a hollow ache, a profound emptiness." Miller nodded, his face grim. "That's consistent with a shadow anchor. They create a void, a spiritual vacuum, drawing out hope and filling it with despair. Focus, Jess, try to pinpoint its center." I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, and centered myself, drawing on Dr. Eris's teachings. I pushed past the physical cold, past the growing sense of dread, and extended my antenna. I imagined it sweeping outwards through the raw rock and the frozen air, searching for a signature, a resonance. At first, there was only a diffuse, pervasive static, like white noise across the entire mountain range. But as I focused, pushing past the psychic interference, I felt a distinct tremor, a stronger ripple, emanating from deep within one of the larger central peaks. It wasn't a pulse like Anchor 7's energy, but a deep, resonant hum of utter desolation. "It's deep within the central peak," I announced, opening my eyes. "The tallest one just northeast of us, and it's like a black hole of emotion, drawing everything in, hope, joy, fear, all of it." "Confirmed," Carter's voice crackled over my comms. "Long-range seismic sensors are detecting unusual vibrational patterns emanating from that peak, consistent with localized gravitational anomalies. Energy readings are spiking too, not power but an absence of it, a vacuum effect. All right, Jess, good work, Miller said, pulling out a holographic map. That narrows it down. We'll set up the full sensor grid around this valley, then prepare a reconnaissance route up to that peak. We'll approach cautiously. Lena, keep your eyes peeled. Carter, monitor Jess's psych signature as well as the anchors. The next few hours were spent fortifying our base camp. We deployed heat signatures, motion sensors, and more advanced psych scanners around the perimeter. The atmosphere grew heavier, the cold more oppressive. I could feel the anchor's presence like a dull, throbbing ache behind my eyes, a constant psychic whisper of despair. It wasn't actively trying to communicate, not yet, but its mere existence was an assault on the senses. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of deep purple and orange, a new phenomenon began. Faint, shimmering lights like distant campfires flickered across the desolate landscape. They danced on the edges of our perception, subtle and inviting, yet deeply unsettling. "Phantom lights," Lena's voice reported, her tone flat. "Typical shadow anchor illusions. Looks like it's trying to draw us in." "Confirmed," Carter added. "Psychic interference is ramping up. It's targeting our visual and auditory centers with false stimuli. Keep your mental shields up, team. Don't trust what you see or hear." I focused, pushing against the rising static in my mind. The lights, though alluring, felt hollow, lifeless. I could almost hear faint, distorted voices on the wind calling out for help, for rescue. It was a tempting lure designed to prey on our empathy, our humanity. But I knew better. I had to. "It's getting stronger," I warned, clutching my staff. "The illusions are intensifying. The pull is almost physical." Miller activated a psych-dampening field around our camp. The phantom lights dimmed slightly, the voices receded, but the oppressive presence of the anchor remained, a suffocating blanket of despair. "We move at first light," Miller declared. "Jess, you're on point. Guide us to the nexus. Lena, you're our rear guard. Carter, maintain communications and environmental scans from base camp." The night was long and restless. Despite the psych-dampening field, the anchor's presence seeped into my dreams, twisting them into images of endless falling, of being utterly alone in a cold, silent void. I woke several times, heart pounding, convinced I heard whispers just outside the tent, only to find the night still and desolate. At first light, fortified by hot rations and a grim determination, we prepared for the ascent. The air was still bitterly cold, the sky a dull, overcast gray. The phantom lights were gone, replaced by a brooding silence that felt even more unsettling. We donned our full gear, insulated suits, oxygen masks for the higher altitudes, and our weapons. My PRM amplifier hummed with a low, blue glow, ready to channel my will. "Comms check," Miller ordered. "Lena check." Lena's voice was crisp. "Carter check." Carter's voice was slightly muffled, indicating he was already fully encased in his base camp gear. "Jess check," I replied, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "All right, team, single file, 20-meter spacing. Jess, lead the way, stick to the ridges, avoid snowdrifts. Any anomaly, you report immediately. Do not engage without direct order. Our primary goal is reconnaissance and location. Let's move." I took point, my staff held ready, its blue glow cutting a faint path through the gloom. The ascent was grueling. The snow was deep, the ice treacherous, and the thin air made every breath an effort. but I kept my focus, extending my senses, letting the anchor's presence guide me. The emptiness, the despair, grew stronger with every upward step. It was like walking into a spiritual vacuum cleaner, every positive emotion being slowly siphoned away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of futility. I fought against it, reinforcing my mental shields, drawing strength from my purpose. Altitude 3,000 meters, Miller's voice reported over comms. Visibility decreasing, whiteout conditions developing. The wind began to pick up, swirling snow around us, reducing visibility. The wind whipped around us, a furious banshee wail that tore at my psych shielding suit. Snow, fine as dust, was driven into every crevice, stinging my exposed skin around the mask. Visibility dropped to mere meters, turning the jagged peaks into indistinct, ghostly shapes. It was like walking blindfolded through a freezer. "Miller, I can barely see," I yelled into my comms, my voice muffled by the mask. "Keep pushing, Jess." Miller's voice was strained but firm. "The anchor's interference will make conditions worse. Trust your attunement. Lean on your training." My staff, the PRM amplifier, felt heavier now, but also more responsive. Its faint blue glow seemed to struggle against the encroaching gloom, like a small candle in a hurricane. I focused, pushing past the physical discomfort, past the growing panic that threatened to overwhelm me. The anchor's presence was a palpable weight on my mind, a relentless psychic hum of despair, amplifying the raw, primal fear of being lost and alone in this frozen wilderness. I extended my antenna again, ignoring the swirling snow that tried to confuse my vision. The physical world was fading, but the psychic signature of the anchor remained, a deep, resonating vacuum of emotion pulling at my very soul. It was directly ahead, deeper in the whiteout, a tangible, cold spot in the already frigid air. "We're still on course," I reported, my voice tight with concentration. "The nexus it's closer than it feels. The illusions are distorting distance." "Acknowledged," Miller replied, his heavy boots crunching behind me. "Lena status." "Whiteout's near total, Miller." Lena's voice cut through the static. "Holding position, can barely see my own hand, picking up faint thermal signatures, not natural, dispersed." "Illusions," Miller grunted. "Don't engage, stay put unless ordered." Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet shifted. Not a natural rockfall, but a sickening lurch like walking on a collapsing dream. My stomach dropped. The cold intensified, pressing down on me, making my muscles ache with an unbearable weight. "Gravity fluctuation," I gasped. "It's messing with localized physics." "Hold your position, Jess," Miller barked, his voice laced with urgency. "Dig in, we're probably close to an active node." I jammed the tip of my staff into the snow, trying to brace myself, but the sensation of falling, of unreality, grew stronger. The swirling snow seemed to coalesce into shadowy, indistinct figures, darting at the periphery of my vision. Whispers, cold and insidious, snaked into my mind, telling me I was alone, that my team was gone, that I had failed. "You are lost, you are worthless, give in." I clenched my jaw, gritting my teeth. "Mental shields up," I commanded myself, picturing the solid, unyielding walls Dr. Eris had taught me to build. The psych shielding suit pulsed faintly, an almost imperceptible warmth against my skin, aiding my efforts. The shadowy figures flickered, the whispers receding slightly, but the profound sense of isolation remained. "Jess, what's happening?" Miller's voice was tense. "Illusions, a direct psychic assault," I yelled back, my voice shaking with effort. It's trying to disorient us, to break our will. It wants us to give up, to wander off alone. Lena Carter, you hearing this? Miller asked. Loud and clear, boss, Lena responded, a note of grim determination in her voice. Seeing shadowy movement myself, holding steady. The psychic interference levels are off the charts, but Jess's signature is holding steady, Carter reported from base camp. Your PRM amplifier is working, Jess. It's creating a localized dampening field around you. Keep that focus. I focused on the blue glow of my staff, letting its channeled energy reinforce my own. The illusory figures receded further, dissipating into the whiteout. The sickening lurch of the ground stabilized, though the gravity still felt off, like walking through thick, invisible syrup. I have a clear reading on the nexus again, I said, my voice steadier. It's directly ahead through a narrow crevice. I think it's an entrance. An entrance to what? Miller asked. A cave system, I believe, I replied. It feels like a massive hollow, a profound emptiness. That's where its primary energy signature is strongest. All right, Miller decided. Maintain formation. Jess, you lead us in. Lena, stay alert. Carter, prepare for potential comms blackout as we enter. Once inside, we are in its territory. Proceed with extreme caution. We pressed forward, the wind now howling like a banshee through unseen rock formations. The narrow crevice I'd sensed materialized out of the snow, a dark, jagged maw in the mountain face, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. I went first, my staff held high. Inside, the wind died down, replaced by a profound, chilling silence. The air was heavy, stagnant, and impossibly cold. The blue glow of my staff was the only source of light, revealing a narrow, ice-slicked tunnel sloping downwards into impenetrable darkness. The walls were rough, unworked rock, covered in a thick, glittering layer of rime. The psychic assault intensified immediately. The hollow ache in my mind became a piercing throb. Whispers, no longer vague, resolved into distinct, agonizing voices, echoing through the cold, dark confines of the tunnel. Help me so cold, alone. These weren't the sad, hopeful cries of the children in Anchor 7. These were voices of pure, unadulterated despair, of souls utterly consumed by hopelessness. These are the victims, I whispered, my voice trembling. It's their residual anguish. It's trying to break us down with their suffering. Miller, close behind me, activated his own helmet-mounted light, a powerful beam cutting through the darkness. Lena followed, her suppressed rifle held ready, scanning the icy walls. Don't listen, Jess, Miller commanded, his voice firm. Focus on the anchor. These are just echoes. Reinforce your shields. I nodded, taking a deep, shuddering breath. I pushed the voices away, focusing on the deeper, more profound hum of the anchor itself. It felt less like a localized entity and more like a pervasive force, saturating the very air in this cave. As we descended, the tunnel widened, opening into a vast, cavernous space. Our lights were swallowed by the immensity of it. Stalactites and stalagmites of ancient ice glittered like monstrous teeth, reflecting our beams into blinding shards of light. The floor was a treacherous expanse of black ice stretching into an unseen distance. Estimated cavern size 2 kilometers in diameter at least, Miller murmured, his voice hushed with awe. This is massive. And it's a cold trap, Lena added, her breath pluming in the frigid air. The temperature's dropping fast, my suit's struggling to compensate. My psych-shielding suit, however, was also built to resist extreme temperature fluctuations, part of the environmental resilience of Veil Warden gear. But the cold wasn't just physical. It was emanating from the anchor, a fundamental aspect of its spiritual vacuum. The anchor, it's everywhere in here, I reported, my voice barely a whisper. But stronger further in, there's a focal point like a central void. We moved slowly, cautiously, our boots crunching on the icy floor. The air crackled with a low, almost subliminal static. The illusory figures reappeared, this time more vivid. Distorted, shimmering forms like wraiths of light and shadow glided through the cavern, beckoning us deeper. Some looked vaguely human, others were monstrous, misshapen horrors that preyed on innate fears. Come closer, you are cold, you are alone, join us. Don't look at them, Miller ordered, his voice flat. Don't acknowledge them, keep your eyes on Jess, keep your focus on the mission. I kept my gaze fixed on the dark expanse ahead, letting my attunement guide me. The PRM amplifier pulsed with a stronger blue light now, creating a small bubble of relative clarity around me, a tiny oasis against the encroaching chaos. I could feel the anchor directly trying to penetrate my mind, to exploit my deepest fears, to turn me against my team. A sudden, sharp image flashed in my mind. My quiet cabin, engulfed in shadow, a monstrous, green-eyed creature tearing it apart. It was so real, so vivid, that I almost stumbled. Jess Miller's voice snapped me back. It's trying to plant fear, I gasped. It's hitting my memories, my deepest attachments. Fight it, Miller commanded. Use the staff. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, then opened them, channeling my will into the PRM amplifier. The blue light intensified, flaring outwards. I pictured a wave of pure, focused intent, a barrier of defiance. The illusory image of my destroyed cabin flickered, then vanished. The whispers receded once more, replaced by a frustrated, formless shriek in the back of my mind. Good work, Jess, Lena praised, her voice tight with tension. It reacted to that. It doesn't like direct resistance. It's like its presence itself is a form of psychic attack, I explained, finding my breath. Every thought, every fear, it tries to amplify and twist it. That's exactly how shadow anchors operate, Miller confirmed. They feed on terror, on psychological breakdown. Keep that staff active, Jess. You're our best defense against its mental assaults. We pressed deeper. The cavern was a labyrinth of ice columns, frozen waterfalls, and gaping chasms. The lights from our helmets struggled to penetrate the vast gloom. Suddenly, a new phenomenon, the air began to shimmer, distorting the already confusing landscape. The ice columns seemed to stretch and twist, the floor ripple like water. Temporal distortion, I heard Carter's voice, barely audible, break through the comms. Localized time dilation is occurring around your position. It's trying to disorient you, slow you down, move fast but carefully. Roger that, Carter, Miller yelled back, clearly struggling. Jess, can you counter this? I focused on the distortion. It felt like trying to swim through treacle. My PRM amplifier hummed violently in my hands. I closed my eyes, picturing the temporal distortions as ripples in a pond. I tried to project a focused counterfrequency, a steadying force. I poured all my will into it, the image of the ascending children flashing in my mind, a beacon of clarity against the encroaching chaos. The blue light of my staff flared brilliantly, radiating outwards in a wave. For a moment, the shimmering stopped. The ice columns solidified, the floor became firm again. The oppressive weight lessened just for an instant. "It worked," Lena exclaimed, surprise in her voice. "The distortion's gone." "Not entirely," I corrected, feeling the immense drain of that effort. My head throbbed and my muscles ached. "It's still there, just suppressed. We need to move quickly." That took a lot out of me. "Understood," Miller said, his tone urgent. "Push on, Jess, we're close." I could feel it too, the deep, resonant hum, the profound emptiness was growing stronger, more focused, directly ahead. We rounded a massive ice formation, and there it was. A vast, circular chamber, impossibly large, lay before us. In its center, floating silently, was the anchor. It was unlike Anchor 7. This was not a monstrous, corporeal form, but a swirling vortex of shadows and icy vapor. It seemed to absorb all light, all sound, all warmth. It was a perfect, silent void, a gaping maw in reality itself. Within its swirling depths, I could faintly discern fleeting, ghost-like figures, trapped and suffering, their silent screams of anguish echoing directly into my mind. They weren't eyes like the children, but rather indistinct, featureless forms, endlessly circling within the void. The air around it crackled with raw, negative energy. The cold was absolute, piercing, sucking the very breath from my lungs. The psychic pressure was immense, a crushing weight that threatened to collapse my mental shields. It was the epitome of despair, a monument to utter hopelessness. "Anchor 9 silent peaks," Miller breathed, his voice barely audible even through comms. "It's impressive." "It's a pure void," I whispered, barely able to stand under the weight of its presence. "It's feeding on everything: light, sound, life, hope." Suddenly, the shadowy figures within the vortex shifted. They didn't have distinct eyes, but I felt its attention snap to us, a profound, chilling awareness. The pressure in my mind intensified, feeling like a physical grip. "Intruders, you bring despair, you are welcome." Its mental voice was not a shriek, but a deep, resonating hum of utter emptiness, filling my thoughts, promising an eternal, cold oblivion. "It's aware of us," I warned. "It's trying to draw us in, to consume us." "Plasma suppressors ready," Miller ordered, raising his modified rifle. Lena's rifle was also aimed, her movements fluid and practiced despite the oppressive psychic pressure. "Jess, can you disrupt it with the staff?" Miller asked, his eyes fixed on the swirling void. I gripped my PRM amplifier, its blue glow flaring in defiance. The anchor's presence was immense, but I had faced something similar before. I channeled my will, focusing on the core of that swirling darkness. I envisioned a wave of pure, concentrated energy, a beacon of defiance against the void. With a grunt of effort, I thrust the staff forward. A brilliant blue beam of pure energy erupted from its tip, lancing across the cavern, straight into the heart of the shadow anchor. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The swirling vortex of shadows recoiled, a shriek of pure, agonizing emptiness erupting in my mind. The entire cavern shook, stalactites of ice raining down around us. The figures trapped within the void thrashed, their torment briefly amplified. Pain, anger, weakness, the anchor shrieked in my mind, its mental voice fracturing. It's vulnerable, I yelled, my voice raw with effort. It reacts to direct psych energy. Open fire, Miller commanded. His plasma suppressor spat a controlled burst of shimmering green energy, striking the recoiling anchor. Lena followed suit, her shots precisely aimed. The plasma bolts, designed to disrupt energy signatures, seemed to create small, localized ripples in the anchor's form, momentarily destabilizing it. But unlike Anchor 7, which had visible points of entry for physical damage, this was pure energy, pure void. The shadow anchor retaliated. The swirling vortex intensified, and shadowy tendrils, like wisps of absolute darkness, lashed out from its core. They moved with impossible speed, silent and deadly, snaking towards us across the cavern floor. "Watch out!" Lena shouted, firing a burst that disintegrated one of the tendrils just before it reached her. One tendril whipped past Miller, leaving a freezing cold in its wake, causing him to stagger, his breath pluming heavily. "It's draining energy, don't let it touch you." I continued to channel my psych energy through the staff, keeping the blue beam locked onto the anchor. It was an immense drain on my reserves, my head pounding, my vision blurring at the edges. But I could see the effect. The anchor was struggling, its form flickering, unable to fully coalesce its defensive tendrils while under the direct assault of my PRM. "Carter, readings," Miller yelled, dodging another tendril. "It's losing cohesion, but it's redirecting its energetic output into defensive and offensive tendril manifestations." Carter's voice was strained. "Jess, you're doing great, but you can't keep this up alone." I knew he was right. My strength was failing. The drain was immense. The anchor's counterpressure in my mind was a relentless battering ram against my shields. "It's too broad a target," I gasped. "It doesn't have a core like Anchor 7 did. It's a diffuse void." Miller gritted his teeth. "Then we need to force it to localize. Lena, Jess, focus your fire on a single point. Try to collapse one section of the void." "Roger," Lena replied, shifting her aim. I concentrated, picturing all the diffuse, suffering echoes within the void. My memories of the children of Whispering Bluffs, their eventual freedom, gave me a fresh surge of resolve. I wasn't just disrupting it, I was fighting for those trapped within. I aimed my staff at a point deep within the swirling darkness, a slightly denser cluster of the ghost-like figures. I poured every ounce of my will into it, imagining my energy not just striking, but compressing that point. The blue beam narrowed, intensifying, a focused spear of pure defiance. It struck the chosen point, and with a terrible, grinding sound that echoed in my mind, the anchor's form began to ripple violently at that spot, collapsing inwards, struggling to maintain its diffuse form. "Unacceptable insolence," the anchor shrieked, its mental voice a torrent of pure, furious emptiness. From the now compressed point, a new horror began to emerge. The shadows and icy vapor coalesced, not into a tendril, but into a more defined, monstrous shape. It was a distorted, skeletal figure, impossibly tall, with limbs like brittle icicles and gaping voids for eyes and mouth. This was not an illusion. This was a manifestation, a physical extension of the shadow anchor's will, forced into being by our localized assault. "It's manifesting," Lena yelled. "A physical projection, engage." Miller and Lena opened fire on the newly materialized entity. plasma bolt struck its icy form, chipping away at its structure, but it kept coming, lumbering forward with an eerie, silent grace. It was radiating pure, tangible despair, a suffocating aura that made my bones ache. "Jess, keep that projection focused on the main void," Miller commanded. "Prevent it from regenerating its core. We'll handle this manifestation." I kept the blue beam locked on the anchor's main form, fighting to maintain the pressure. The new manifestation, a truly terrifying creature, was now stalking towards Miller and Lena, its icy claws extended. It moved with unnatural speed, its movements disjointed, almost glitching, a horrifying testament to the temporal distortions it could command. Miller and Lena were seasoned agents, but this creature was something else. It was feeding on their very resolve, weakening them with every step. I could feel their fear, their exhaustion, trying to bleed into my own mind. I pushed back, bolstering my mental shields, channeling my defiant will. The skeletal ice creature lunged at Miller. He dodged, rolling aside, but one of its icy claws scraped against his suit, leaving a streak of rime and a perceptible loss of vitality. He gasped, falling to one knee, momentarily disoriented. "Miller down!" Lena yelled, providing covering fire, forcing the creature to recoil slightly. "It's draining him." Panic threatened to rise. I was the only one still actively engaging the anchor's core. If Miller and Lena fell, we were all doomed. The spectral figures within the main void pulsed with amplified anguish, their silent screams echoing through my mind, urging me to act to free them. I couldn't hold the beam on the core and fight the manifestation. I had to choose. "Free them," the silent screams urged. "Fight." A new resolve surged through me. My training, Dr. Lee's words, a form of focused psychokinesis, resonating with them, imbuing them with a directed energy. I pulled my staff back, momentarily breaking the blue beam on the main void. The anchor howled in triumph in my mind, its diffuse form rippling with renewed power. The skeletal ice creature lunged at Lena, its clawed hand raised for a killing blow. There was no time to think, only to act. I focused all my remaining strength, all my defiant will, not into a beam, but into a concentrated, explosive burst of psych energy. I imagined a wave of pure force, a psychic punch, emanating from the tip of my staff. "Get back!" I screamed, a primal roar of defiance. I thrust my staff forward again, aiming directly at the chest of the skeletal ice creature, which was now inches from Lena. A blinding blue flash erupted from the PRM amplifier, a wave of raw, focused psych energy slamming into the manifestation. The creature didn't just flinch, it exploded. Shards of ice and shadow scattered, dissolving into nothingness with a mournful, guttural shriek that resonated through the cavern. The impact of the blast sent a physical shockwave through the chamber, making the very air crackle. Lena, who had instinctively raised her rifle to block, was thrown back, slamming into an ice column. She lay there, stunned but alive. I stood there, gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion. The staff was still glowing faintly, but the intense blue light had receded. My head was pounding, my vision swimming, and my entire being felt utterly drained. I had used nearly all my reserves in that single, desperate blast. The shadow anchor, recoiling from the destruction of its manifestation, shrieked again in my mind, a torrent of pure, focused hatred. It began to reform, its diffuse void pulling in the surrounding shadows, growing larger, more oppressive. You will be consumed. You will know oblivion. Jess, what was that? Miller, regaining his feet, stared at the dissipating remnants of the ice creature, then at me, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and awe. You vaporized it. A concentrated PRM burst, I gasped, barely able to speak. It took everything. Carter status, Miller barked into his comms. Unprecedented energy spike, Miller, off the charts. Jess's PRM signature just went critical, then dropped sharply. She's almost completely drained. The anchor's regaining strength, it's consolidating. Carter's voice was filled with alarm. Lena, groaning, pushed herself up. Jess, you okay? I need a moment, I whispered, leaning heavily on my staff, my legs threatening to give out. My head throbbed and I felt a profound dizziness. The shadow anchor pulsed, growing more defined now, the swirling shadows within it forming a more intricate, terrifying pattern. The cold became even more extreme, forming frost on our suits. The spectral figures trapped within it pulsed with renewed anguish, their suffering amplified as the anchor consolidated its power. It's consolidating, Miller said grimly. It's going to manifest its full form or another powerful projection. We need to fall back. Jess is too drained to maintain offensive capabilities. Lena, get Jess ready. I'll provide cover. No, I rasped, forcing myself to stand straighter. We can't fall back. It'll just regenerate. It'll come for more victims. The thought of all the lost souls, still trapped within that terrifying void, spurred me on. I had come too far. I wouldn't leave them. Miller looked at me, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Jess, you're on the verge of collapse. You took a massive hit channeling that energy. I have to try, I insisted, my voice gaining a desperate edge. It doesn't have a weakness like Anchor 7's core. It's a pure void. We can't destroy a void. A terrifying realization hit me, but we can try to fill it. Miller frowned. Fill it, Jess, what are you talking about? It feeds on despair, on absence, I explained, the idea forming rapidly in my mind, a desperate last-ditch strategy. What if we feed it the opposite? What if we overload it with presence, with connection? That's a theory we've toyed with, Ranger, Carter's voice cut in, sounding intrigued. Overloading a shadow anchor with positive psychenergetic feedback, but it's never been attempted. It would require an immense amount of focused will on a scale we've never measured. What are you proposing, Jess? Miller asked, his expression serious. My PRM ability, it's about channeling will, intent, I said, gesturing to my staff. We need to project something so overwhelmingly powerful, so contrary to its nature that it can't absorb it. It has to reject it, to be torn apart by it. And what would that something be? Lena asked, eyeing the rapidly consolidating anchor with unease. I looked at the swirling void, at the trapped, suffering figures within. Hope, defiance, connection, the very things it tries to steal. I looked at Miller, then at Lena, a fierce, desperate plea in my eyes. But I can't do it alone, not with my current reserves. I need help. I need to channel all of our will, all our collective defiant spirit through the staff. Miller exchanged a glance with Lena. The anchor pulsed, growing larger, its internal shadows twisting into something truly horrific. a looming, skeletal figure with multiple gaping mouths, each a black hole of despair. "It's going to manifest its full power," Miller stated, his voice grim. "If we don't act now, this will become a Class IV event. We can't evacuate. We're too deep." He looked back at me. "All right, Jess, what do you need us to do?" "I need you to channel your will into the staff through me," I explained, the idea solidifying, desperate but potentially viable. "Touch the staff. Focus all your defiance, all your intent to protect, all your refusal to be consumed into it. Picture a blinding light, a surge of pure, unyielding life force." Miller nodded, his jaw set. "Lena, with me. Carter, any advice on this psychoverload theory?" "Theoretically, it's sound," Carter replied, his voice fast and analytical. "Shadow anchors are voids. They thrive on absence. Introducing a highly concentrated positive presence could create an unsustainable energetic feedback loop. But the risk of blowback is extreme. If it can't reject the energy, it might absorb it, making it exponentially more powerful. Or even worse, it could discharge it in an uncontrolled, devastating psychic explosion. And Jess would be the primary conduit. "We don't have another option, Carter," Miller stated flatly. "It's this, or we're all consumed." Lena, her face pale but resolute, nodded. "I'm with you, Miller. Jess, tell us what to do." I raised the PRM amplifier, its blue glow now faint, almost struggling. My hands trembled, but my resolve was unyielding. "Both of you, put your hands on the staff with mine. Picture everything you love, everything you fight for, everything you refuse to let this thing take away. Channel it into the staff, into me." Miller moved first, placing his large, gloved hand over mine on the staff, his grip firm. Lena followed, placing her hand just above his. I felt a faint warmth, a subtle tremor as their wills began to flow tentatively into the amplifier through me. The anchor pulsed, a dark, malevolent heart. It sensed our defiance, our collective intent. Its mental voice, now a booming, crushing presence in my mind, screamed, "Futility, you are nothing, your WILL is dust." I fought back, focusing all my depleted energy, all my training, on maintaining my own mental shields, on opening myself to their combined will, on becoming the conduit. The cold intensified, biting, agonizing. But the warmth from Miller and Lena's hands, the surge of their collective strength, began to grow. "Picture the children, Miller," I urged, my voice hoarse. "Picture what we're fighting for: freedom, hope, life." I felt a surge of raw, determined energy flow from Miller, a powerful, protective force. From Lena, a sharp, focused intent, a refusal to yield. It wasn't my energy, it was theirs, magnified, amplified by the staff, flowing through my own exhausted being. The blue glow of the staff flared, not with my individual psych energy, but with a combined, collective brilliance. It began to pulse, a steady, powerful rhythm that vibrated through my entire body. The anchor roared, a soundless scream of pure rage in my mind. It lashed out with shadowy tendrils, but the blue aura around us, generated by the amplified staff, shimmered, deflecting them. The cold, the despair, the overwhelming presence of the void began to recede slightly, pushed back by the sheer force of our combined defiance. Now, I screamed, feeling the massive surge of power. "Focus it, release it." With a collective shout of determination, Miller and Lena pushed all their will into the staff. I became the conduit, the focus, the weapon. I channeled their combined force, their anger, their hope, their love into a single devastating burst of psychic resonance. I thrust the staff forward, aiming at the very heart of the shadow anchor. A blinding, incandescent pillar of pure blue-white light erupted from the PRM amplifier, a torrent of concentrated, positive psych energy. It struck the swirling void with unimaginable force. There was no sound, only an unbearable pressure in my mind, a tearing sensation as the anchor shrieked. It wasn't a scream of pain, but a sound of utter, agonizing annihilation. The pillar of light plunged into its depths, illuminating the ghostly, suffering figures trapped within, but instead of consuming them, it seemed to cleanse them. The anchor convulsed violently, its swirling form buckling, tearing at the edges. The darkness within it recoiled from the light, shrinking, dissipating. The spectral figures, no longer indistinct, briefly solidified, their faces etched with a sudden, overwhelming peace. Then, just like the children of whispering bluffs, they surged outwards. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of shimmering, translucent forms like souls released from a long torment burst free from the dissolving anchor. They radiated a profound sense of relief, of gratitude, and then with a collective, silent sigh of release, they too began to drift upwards, through the vast cavern, towards the unseen sky. The shadow anchor shrieked again, its mental voice a fragmented, dying wail of pure, absolute emptiness being filled, being destroyed by presence. Its form flickered, distorted, twisting into impossible shapes, then began to collapse in on itself, drawing in the surrounding shadows not to consume but to disappear. The cold receded, the oppressive psychic pressure vanished. The profound emptiness was replaced by a sense of calm, of serene stillness. Then, with a final, soundless implosion, the shadow anchor was gone, vanished, leaving no trace behind, only a lingering, almost sacred quiet in the vast ice cavern. I stood there gasping, leaning heavily on the staff. Miller and Lena still had their hands on it, their faces pale, their eyes wide with disbelief and exhaustion. The cavern was silent, save for our ragged breathing. "It's gone," Lena whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Jess Miller breathed, removing his hand, his eyes fixed on me. "You did it. We did it." I could only nod, tears streaming down my face, not tears of sorrow, but of profound relief, of shared triumph. We had faced the void, and together we had filled it with light. "Carter, do you read?" Miller said, his voice regaining its command, though still tinged with awe. Loud and clear, Miller. Readings are insane. Massive psychenergetic discharge off the charts, then nothing, a complete nullification. Jess, your biosignature just spiked higher than we thought possible, then returned to baseline, though showing severe fatigue. Incredible. Did you actually do it? Carter's voice was filled with frantic excitement. "We did it, Carter," Miller confirmed, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. "The anchor is gone, and the victims, they ascended." A wave of profound exhaustion washed over me. My body screamed in protest, every muscle aching, every nerve humming from the sheer exertion. I felt like I had run a marathon, fought a war, and held back the tide all at once. My vision swam, and the world began to tilt. Jess Miller was suddenly at my side, catching me as my legs finally gave out. He lowered me gently to the icy floor, removing my mask. The frigid air against my face felt both shocking and strangely invigorating. You need rest, Ranger, he said, his eyes filled with respect. You just achieved the impossible. Lena knelt beside me, her hand warm on my arm. You were incredible, Jess, truly incredible. The next few hours were a blur of recovery. Carter arrived from base camp bringing medical kits, warm blankets, and a profound sense of shared accomplishment. He checked our vitals, his expression a mixture of relief and professional concern, particularly for me. My exhaustion was total, a deep ache that settled into every bone, but beneath it, a current of fierce exhilaration pulsed. The silence in the cavern, no longer oppressive, felt like a clean slate. You shattered every known energy reading, Carter explained, helping me sip a rehydration solution. The nullification was instantaneous. It just ceased to exist. We've never seen anything like it. Miller helped Lena up, checking her over for injuries. Jess, you took a hell of a risk, but it worked. The theory, it's proven. Lena smiled, a weary but genuine smile. She was amazing, Miller, the way she just erupted. I thought the mountain was going to come down. I managed a weak smile back, feeling the warmth of their camaraderie, a connection forged in the heart of despair. My body was broken, but my spirit soared. The memory of the shimmering souls ascending, free and at peace, was etched into my mind. It was worth every ounce of effort. After a few more hours of recovery and initial medical checks, we began the slow, arduous journey back to base camp. The cavern, stripped of the anchor's influence, felt different, still vast and cold, but no longer menacing. The ice formations now glittered with an innocent beauty. The phantom lights and whispers were gone, leaving only the sound of our breathing and the crunch of our boots on the ice. The descent was easier, buoyed by our success. We encountered no further illusions, no temporal distortions. The whiteout conditions had cleared, revealing a majestic, pristine landscape under a clearing, star-studded sky. The mountain, too, seemed to exhale, shedding its oppressive aura. Back at base camp, the debriefing began almost immediately. Director Hayes and Dr. Lee were patched in via a secure satellite link, their faces projected onto a holographic display. They listened intently as Miller recounted the mission, detailing the anchor's nature, its tactics, and finally, my desperate, successful gambit. Dr. Lee's eyes, usually sharp and analytical, widened with a mix of scientific fascination and profound awe. A psychenergetic overload feeding the void with concentrated presence. Jess, this is revolutionary. This changes everything we thought we knew about shadow anchors. You didn't just contain it, you utterly nullified it. And the ascension of the victims, unprecedented for a Class II. Director Hayes, ever stoic, nodded slowly. Extraordinary, Jess, you exceeded all expectations. The implications of this are immense, not just for Anchor 9, but for potential future engagements with similar threats. Her gaze lingered on me, a rare flicker of something akin to pride in her eyes. Rest and full medical evaluation are your immediate priority. Then we will debrief in person. The flight back to Outpost Omega was a welcome blur of exhaustion-induced sleep. I woke only occasionally to the quiet hum of the VTOL and the comforting presence of Miller and Lena, who were resting opposite me. The camaraderie between us was now unspoken, solidified by the crucible of shared danger and triumph. We had faced the void, and we had won. Upon our return, I was immediately whisked away for comprehensive medical and psychological evaluations. My body was battered, my psychenergetic reserves depleted, but the doctors confirmed I would make a full recovery. My mind, though weary, felt clearer, sharper, and more resolute than ever before. The echoes of the anchor's despair were gone, replaced by the quiet triumph of the ascended souls. The debriefing with Director Hayes and Dr. Lee was exhaustive. I detailed the precise sensations, the mental visualizations, the immense strain of channeling the combined will of the team. Dr. Lee filled pages of notes, theorizing on the mechanics of psychenergetic resonance and the potential for replicating the overload technique. "Your abilities, Jess, have reached a new level," Dr. Lee stated, gesturing to a holographic display showing my neurological and psych signature readings. "The staff is indeed a powerful amplifier, but it was your innate capacity to act as a conduit, to withstand and channel such immense, contradictory energies that was truly remarkable. You are quite simply unique." Director Hayes leaned forward, her expression serious. "Jess, this victory is significant. It provides us with a critical new strategy against shadow anchors, but it also confirms the profound power you wield. With power comes responsibility, and with your unique gifts comes unique risks." "What's next, Director?" I asked, a sense of readiness replacing my earlier exhaustion. She paused, looking at me intently. "Your role in the Vale Wardens, Jess, has become indispensable. Your training will continue, focusing on refining your control, expanding your range, and developing your ability to lead others in complex psychenergetic engagements. We envision a specialized unit built around your capabilities, designed to counter the most dangerous anchor threats." The global scale of the threat was still immense, I knew that. My victory in Silent Peaks was a single battle, not the end of the war. There were other anchors, other threats waiting to be discovered, waiting to feed. But I was no longer the frightened woman from Whispering Bluffs. I was a warden. I had faced the void and filled it with light. Later that week, I found myself walking through the gardens of Outpost Omega, the sterile environment softened by carefully cultivated greenery. Miller and Lena joined me. "Heard they're putting you on a fast track for unit command," Miller said, a genuine smile on his face. "Congratulations, Jess, you've earned it." "It's a lot," I admitted, looking up at the clear sky, a stark contrast to the eternal gloom of the ice cavern. "But I feel ready, more ready than I've ever been." Lena nodded. "You have a gift, Jess, and a purpose. The world needs people like you." I thought of my old cabin, the quiet solitude of the forest. The memories were still there, a cherished part of who I was, but they no longer held me captive. My new life, the one Director Hayes had spoken of, had indeed begun. It was a life of immense challenge, of constant danger, but also of profound meaning. I looked at Miller and Lena, my teammates, my friends. They represented the connection, the collective will, the defiance against the void. And I knew with absolute certainty that I wouldn't be alone in the battles to come. The world was still a dangerous place, shadowed by unseen threats. But now there was a new light, a new hope, and I, Jess, the resonator, the warden, stood ready to wield it. My journey was far from over. It had just truly begun.